bodies, and Cedric and John will be judging class 20, which is Lacewings. So they can commence now.
Okay, well, welcome everybody to day 2 of the 49th ANBC National Budgerigar Championships. We had a great day yesterday. We saw 18 classes being judged, and we saw some great results. If we just have a quick recap of the leaders board, right, we have Victoria in first place at the moment on 387 points. We have New South Wales on 358. Third place, South Queensland on 294. Then we drop back a little bit to South Australia on 239, and we have North Queensland on 228. Western Australia is on 197, and we have Tasmania on 185. The judges are judging at the moment. So while I got a chance, I just want to mention our major sponsors. So we have Trill, we have Cruise Advisors, we have Worrell & Co Accountants, we have NCA Custom Cages, Hentley Farms, which have beautiful red wines. We have Media Stable and Mantra Gladstone. So now I had the very good fortune of being able to have an early preview of the birds, and I'll just give you a little hint of what I think might happen in the clear bodies. In the clear bodies, we have a bird from New South Wales in K, which is owned by Mark Chandler, and it's for me a standout. When I looked, I also saw a really lovely budgie from Western Australia in cage I, and that belongs to Al Trumper. And I also saw a really solid bird in cage U, which is B. Bathols from Western Australia. But I'll just quickly read through all the names of the owners of the budgies. So in the clear bodies, cage A is Jay Mealy from Victoria. B is Eric Witten. C is Ross Crack from Tasmania. D is S. Thompson from Victoria. E is Mark Chandler from New South Wales. F is Longbottom family from South Australia. G is S.P. Brooks from South Queensland. H is Jay Ghanaian from North Queensland. I is Al Trumper from Western Australia. J is Ross Crack from Tasmania. K is Mark Chandler from New South Wales. L is Longbottom family from South Australia. M is A. Buffer from Northern Queensland. We have Phil Edgar in O from South Queensland. R. Heggie from North Queensland is P. Shirley Reardon, a name we all know from South Australia, is Q. S&P Brooks from South Queensland in R. Ross Crack having his second bird in the class in cage S from Tasmania. We have S. Thompson from Victoria, that's his second one in the class as well, in T. And we have one of the birds I thought was a good chance today in U, B. Bathols from Western Australia. Okay, so the judges are still looking. These are the fellows, and as I said, the ones that stood out to me was K, I and U. So we'll have a look. There was a lovely, lovely hen in D, but I think she's ultimately going to have a few issues. Here you can see here, she's actually in the frame now. She's actually missing her tail, but a beautiful, big, strong, solid hen. Okay, now the judges are just starting to move a few birds around. The bird in E is a very nice, neat budgerigar. Just perhaps doesn't have the feather length that we require to be a winner today. Now the judges are looking at one of the birds that I saw earlier on in U. All right, so where are they going to place it? I would have thought it would be going further up the row. So they're manoeuvring birds around. They need to create some space so they can manoeuvre the birds in on the top row. There's D. So, as I said, D is the bird. Beautiful big hen. But I couldn't see any tail feathers. It's interesting how, for whatever reason, they're really good birds. People have obviously put a lot of effort into them in training, and they're very steady in the cages. Okay, I'm not sure, but it would be really nice if we could just flip across to the other side of the stage and just introduce the Lacewing class. And they're of course being judged by Ian Snyder and Cedric Da Costa. Okay, right. Now here's the Lacewing class, and I'll just give you my interpretation of the Lacewing class. I thought the standout bird was Cage K, but other really good birds in the class when I previewed them earlier this morning. And keep in mind, when I preview them, I can't touch the cages, I can't touch the birds. I just look at them as I see them. So K, S, M and E. And obviously I've missed H. H I did see, but I thought it might have had a tail issue. But let's run through all the owners of the birds in the Lacewing class. So we have in cage A, D&S Brooks from North Queensland. B is the Shepherd family from Tasmania, not the Shepherd and Flanagan partnership. We have C and E Rogers, Chris, who had a great day yesterday winning 2 classes. He has C from New South Wales, Tammy Edwards from Tasmania in D. In E we have Jeffrey Leong from Victoria. F is A Buffer from North Queensland, and he also has cage G, so F and G. Interesting here, we go 3 in a row. We have H, I, J, are all from M&D Gearing from Western Australia. So, Mick, good luck. D&M Vermec from Victoria in K. And as I said, K to me was one of the top fancies in this class. All right, we're now down to cage L, which is G&T Sinclair from New South Wales. We have cage M, the Bowl family from South Queensland. Bob Simpson from South Australia in cage N. P. Jeffrey from South Queensland in O. The Holmes family, P from South Australia. Brian Walters in Q from South Queensland. We have the Charlesworth family, we know from Tasmania in R. John Ennis from Victoria in S. Right, we have C and E Rogers once again in T from New South Wales. And last but not least, George England from South Australia in U. Now, they've started to move the birds around. And, well, they still have... I'm not sure, I can't get a clear view of one thing or the other at the minute. In the Lacewing class, U was one of not quite focusing on the birds in order at this point in time. So H is still the bird in front at the moment, and in the Lacewing class, H is from Mick Gearing from from Western Australia. K is the Victorian bird that I mentioned. I thought was really strong. A is D&S Brooks from North Queensland, currently in 3rd position. Right, so we've slipped back to the clear bodies. And is that the front of the second row or is that the front of the first row? That's the top row. So currently we have A, Jay Mealy from Victoria in first place. We then have N, B, Batholds from Western Australia second. We have T, which is Steve Thompson, from Victoria. Then we have U, another Western Australian, the same guy actually, B, Batholds. So he's obviously breeding a good style of budgie. Ben, is it? Right, so Ben Batholds. And then we have B, which is Eric Whitten from New South Wales. It looks to be a really nice budgie. Just tail dropping away just a little bit to follow that beautiful line all the way through. Okay. And then we've got birds running up and down the cage, which is always great for an exhibition budgie. Okay, now my predictions here were K, I and U. So it seems to be in direct contrast to the judges at the moment, but it's early days yet. Okay, and now we've had a bit of movement. We're back with Lynn Miller from Queensland and Ian Snyder from Queensland, the two judges working the clear body class. Okay, it's very hard to determine the difference between A and N at this point in time because N will not perch. So it's up to the judges to get him up so they can have a look and make comparisons. Okay, judging one on the floor, a very difficult task. So if we can just move along the top row, use perch beautifully, doing all the right things, so a well-trained bird. And that's another Western Australian. So maybe they're tied from the trip over from Western Australia, I'm not sure, but it's certainly behaving. Eric Whitten from New South Wales is B. E is Mark Chandler from New South Wales. So New South Wales are running 5th and 6th at this point in time. And moving along, D, that's that super hen that I told you about. Big, strong, but unfortunately I think she won't perform today because she's actually missing tails. We then have R. R belongs to S&P Brooks from South Queensland. We go down to F, and F is the bird from the Longbottom family from South Australia, and to round off the top row at the moment is G, which is S&P Brooks from South Queensland. I'd like to welcome to the to the commentary position this morning the chairman of National Judges and certainly also the chairman of Judges in Victoria, James Bader. Good morning, James.
Good day, Moe. How are you, mate?
I'm good, thank you. So, big long weekend for you at this point in time?
Yeah, it's been a really good weekend. So,
we saw some lovely budgies yesterday, and I had the fortune of having a preview earlier on, and we're going to see some outstanding budgies this afternoon, or this morning, sorry. Something I do want to mention before we go any further, there is a chance that another person will enter the Hall of Fame today. And if my ability as a judge is anything, I can guarantee you that he will. And that is the Holmes family from South Australia. They currently have 6 Logie wins, and the requirement for nationals to be in the Hall of Fame is 7. So So we'll look forward to seeing what happens there and whether my predictions are true. Now, we're going back to the Lacewings, and remember I spoke about what I thought were the hot prospects in this class, and my number one choice was K, and it's good to see that K is sitting in the number one position. My next bird that I picked was S.
Ooh.
And I believe S is in second place.
Geez, you love nothing more than to be right, do you, Moe? They are two very, very strong birds.
Aren't they lovely?
Yes, look at the spots on it too, would you?
Not just the spots, but just look at the modern features that you have. And when we talk about modern features, we talk about the change of directional feathering that we're seeing, right? We're seeing cap length. Have a look at the shoulders for a hen.
The shoulders stick
She's
out.
just a beautiful hen.
And the mask is across
The
the width of the shoulders nearly.
That's
I mean,
right.
Yeah, it's like you said, modern day features. It's the depth of the mask, the width of the mask, the feather texture as well. I mean, it's lovely. Even looking at it through the camera on the screen right now, I mean, that feather texture is amazing. And it's actually a really good variety bird too.
That's right. The lacewing varieties stand out. Okay. Other birds that I thought would do well in that class was M&E. So we'll just see where they're going. N. Okay, N's currently sitting in third place, and that's Bob Simpson from South Australia. So good to see that.
The body colour is really nice and sharp on these as well.
Well, I think the thing, we don't see any suffusion coming through, do we?
No.
So all credit to the breeders.
Absolutely.
With these variety birds, in the past we would see suffusion fairly evident, but that's all been cleaned up by controlled breeding, obviously. People concentrating on not bringing it through. So
Selective breeding plays a massive part. I mean, Jesus, doesn't it look, and it's doing everything right, isn't it? It's given itself every chance.
Yeah. J. So Mick Gearing from Western Australia.
He's put some nice birds on the bench in the past as well, hasn't he? This is another example
if you have a look,
of that.
Mick's had a lot of entries in so far this weekend. Not been able to win a Logie at this stage.
Yeah. Well, we wish him all the best, but this is a pretty good example of a lacewing as well, isn't it? So, he's the first for their quality birds, aren't they?
Okay, going down the line, you can see completing the top row is H, and H is from Mick Gearing, so another one of Mick's birds. Al's a nice, lovely bird.
Al
Good
is
shape.
very nice.
Yeah, stands
good
up off the
showmanship as
perch.
well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Nice and clean off the perch. And close to that 30 degrees to the vertical.
Yeah. Seems to have a bit of directional feather in the front. Al's, who owns Al? Here we go. G&T Sinclair from New South Wales.
Just a reminder for you to rescan your today's sheet. That's for the team sheet.
Really good top row of birds, though, isn't it, Stephen?
Wonderful.
Good representation of the variety as well.
Look, it's one of those classes that there's been a dramatic improvement over the last few years.
100%.
I mean,
and it's not the first two or three either.
No.
Like, when you look at that top row,
I think
there's some real strength
That's
there.
right. I think the days are gone when we can talk about lesser varieties.
Lacewing doesn't not in that category anymore.
Good budgerigars.
Yes. And being a sex-linked variety, you would expect them to be knocking on that door and be at that level too, wouldn't you?
You do. So I think they're at the point now, almost at the point where, they're still shifting. I was going to say they're perhaps going to top and tail.
Interesting thing is when you go into a hall and you see a strong lacewing, it will stay in your mind's eye for quite some time. It's one of those beautiful varieties that you just can't walk past if you see a quality one.
Exactly right.
Tell you what, that K, I haven't seen it a lot on the perch because I've only got into the room. But,
don't worry. He's an
it?
absolute standout. So I just at this point in time would like to say good morning to another national judge, Heath Chasemore, who's joined the commentary team. Morning, Heath.
Morning.
Yep.
Morning, Steve. Morning,
Had
James.
a good night last night.
Had a great night.
Good.
You remember all of it?
No, that's why he's late this morning.
No.
No, Steve, I think you're right, no. I think he's forgotten a little bit of it.
Yeah, I'm sure.
His wife kept him in check, though.
Oh, yeah. Debs, she certainly keeps a good handle on him. So, have a quick look, Heath. What do you think?
Look, I like just to reiterate the comments before, I think the top row are all just really quality birds.
Yep.
Kay, we're looking at now on the floor, just super strong, modern features. Haven't got him seen him on the perch yet, but he looks to be a reasonable sized bird as well, with some strong shoulder and
beak punched into the face.
Yeah.
Yep.
Geez, S is giving himself every chance, though, isn't he?
Oh, no, S is a hen. Oh, she's a cracking hen.
My word.
No, she's a real good budgie.
So strong, isn't it?
Yeah, and the directional feather really stands out. And, look at the line sweeping over the top of the head all the way through to the tail. It just flows beautifully.
When you read the description of perfection, I mean, she's close to some of those things, isn't she? That back line and the body shape. She really, in the width of shoulder, I just love it. And the feather texture is just amazing, which I mentioned earlier.
Yeah. Now, they have moved a bird from 4th up to 3rd, and I can't remember. So,
I can't
too.
see.
So they're sort of working on the the 4th and 5th bird at the moment. They're sort of
yes.
discussing those.
I think H has moved down a bit, Steve. Wasn't H? I think H was at 3rd at one stage, wasn't it?
Yeah, so it's gone down to 5th.
5th.
So C and J. So C is the bird from Chris Rogers from New South Wales. So it's gone up into 3rd place. And you can see why. Just when you look back, when you stand back like where our cameraman is at the moment, and you take an overall impression, it's got the right shape. The silhouette shape is beautiful. Now he's turned his head a little bit. You can see he's got some width. So there's a lot to like about that budgie.
The bird in J looks, when you're sort of looking at that long view, it looks to be a really long, big bird compared to C.
You can see it panting there, so
it's a bit stressed.
Yeah, and that certainly detracts from its appearance, and it's not performing to the maximum ability that it has.
Yeah, the fact that it's standing there doesn't mean it's performing. I mean, it is stressed.
No,
that's right. Yeah. And if it relaxed, you could see it.
He can look better.
It'd be better. Okay.
Thanks for expanding on that,
H.
Pete, because I really thought it was going to be me, because this is not my thing, mate.
H is a lovely budgie. M, strong bird once again, very strong above the perch. Right, wide shoulders, maybe just not the width from the shoulders to the top of the head that the others have got.
It's got a bit of width of cap there, though. Just probably doesn't have that directional feather around the ceiling.
M was a bird they had in first place for a long time to begin with. But you can see the reason, well, the obvious reason is that silhouette shape just drops away. We have a break in that continuous line, so we have the wings sitting at a different angle, and then we have the tail also at a different angle, which actually looks like it's going to fall out.
Does look a little bit loose, but it's really interesting sometimes when you look at these birds. I mean, you look at that and go, it's a really good stock bird, like it's a hen that's going to breed for you, but doesn't necessarily mean it's going to smash it on the show bench, does it?
No, that's right. Okay, now I think if we went back to the clear body class, that's right. Well, we would like to perhaps we go back there to the clear bodies, and what they've done is they've put their top row of birds down and they brought the bottom row up, and so we can go through and we have in the top.
Is that really important, though,
row.
Stephen? I mean, I know the answer to that, but is it really important to actually rotate them like that?
Well, I think it's very important that we get the opportunity as judges to look at the birds at eye level. You get a very different perspective of how they are when you're looking over the top of them. So on the top, we have F, then we have P, So F belongs to the Longbottom family of South Australia. P belongs to R. Heggie from North Queensland. M is a bird from a buffer from North Queensland.
It's nice hen, isn't it?
Yeah. Just not the long feather that the top birds will have.
The class seems to have some depth. I haven't seen the top row, of course, or what was the genuine top row, but it looks like it's got some depth in it.
Well, when I had a look earlier on, I thought the standout birds to me were K, I and U. So at this point in time, I'm a long way off the mark.
Where are they at the moment? Are they rotating them back?
Yeah,
are they,
I think they're right. So the birds are now going from the bottom row to the top. Are the birds they consider to be the best ones in the class at this point in time? So T is in third place.
Where's T from, Stephen? Who's it?
T comes from Steve Thompson from Victoria.
Well known for his clear bodies, really strong.
Yeah, well, he has a beautiful hen in the class.
Yeah,
in Kate Steve, but
unfortunately, we as a carer we lost one of the tail, or both. It's missing both tails now. So we've still prepared the bird as best we can outside of that.
Yeah.
Even though we knew it was going to be disqualified, but we still wanted to prepare the bird and do the right thing by not only the exhibit but the exhibitor as well.
Yeah.
And I think that's really important as an exhibitor. You know, you get a bird to the state level, get it selected, but not to see it on the bench, I think, is not. I think it's better to actually put them up, even if they do.
It was devastating for him.
Oh, of course it is.
I mean, I've never won a national class, and something tells me that both of you guys have. What does it actually feel like? Somebody tell me what it
it's
feels
exciting.
like.
I mean, it's the pinnacle. You breed all year, you work hard, you prepare the birds, you get them over to wherever they're going, and then, unfortunately, things happen. Mother Nature takes over, and we have no control.
No. But he has got a bird that's sitting third.
Great.
So good on him. What was the first bird? Is that a cobalt? Is that a clear body cobalt or violet?
I
It looks
think
pretty nice.
So they've now spotted that bird doesn't have a tail,
Oh,
I think. No? All right.
A. Oh.
Anyway, so they're still reversing the top and tail.
She's a lovely hen, isn't she?
Oh, she's beautiful.
She's strong.
Very strong girl. But it's very evident there's not a tail present. So
No.
I think what you'll find, she'll end on the bottom right-hand corner.
Yeah.
Which unfortunately is a disqualification. Yeah. No points.
But with the variety, oh no, here we go. We're back to the top bird.
That's a bird, A.
But
A's been there
sitting
all
first.
day.
Really? Hasn't moved?
Straight there, and that's where it's been.
Geez, he looks pretty smart, doesn't he?
Yeah, I wonder where the K, the one I really liked, is. Can't see it.
So Steve, you can't always be right.
No, I know that.
So the first place bird at the moment is KJ, isn't it? So
yeah,
that's
DNS Brooks from North Queensland.
in clear bodies.
Oh, sorry.
So
It's Jane Mealy from Victoria. I'm looking at the wrong thing.
Jimmy Meal.
Okay. Well,
Has
his
he
heart
won-
would be pounding out of his chest at the
Oh
minute.
yeah.
Has he won a national before?
Don't think
Do we
so.
know?
Oh, I think back in the day he
Back
might
in-
have.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
But hasn't won one for a long time.
No,
and, yeah, that's a great.
Ooh, what's that? He's
Great
sitting
result.
in third. Is that third? The great N. Who's it? N's a very, very nice bird, isn't it? Very nice.
So
cock
Ens B. Bathols from Western Australia.
Yeah.
I mean, his mask, he's probably hurting him a little bit, but geez, he's got some nice directional feather there and back skull, hasn't he?
Very
And
solid.
with the
budgie.
back skull. Yeah.
Nice wide shoulders.
Mm.
Just not the big spots and not the big, strong release forward. and
Today's
up.
probably not quite his day, but geez, a good budgie, isn't he?
Oh, hello. It's one of the ones I thought would do exceptionally well.
Which one's that? You?
You.
Yeah?
I had him in the top 3. That's right. Obviously, we do have to consider the variety of the bird, and of course, these birds are not meant to have too much body
Yeah, I
colour.
know. I mean, and sometimes you need to understand your bias, but I really do quite like them in dark factor blue. They're quite stunning to the eye, and I understand that probably removes it a bit further away from that perfection, but geez, they do look nice, and they do
They're
stand
pretty,
out.
aren't they?
Yeah.
But he's a solid budgie.
Oh, yeah.
By hell.
Lovely feather texture too, isn't there?
Yeah. Okay.
Jesus, cameraman makes this really easy for you, doesn't he? I mean, you
sometimes,
make out this is really hard, Steve. I mean, this guy's doing a great job.
Okay, we just comment on what we see. Are we about due to go? Oh no, the top and tailing over on the other side. So there's more interest here. Just a minute.
So I think they're close to the clear bodies, aren't they? I think they're sort of the pen's out. They're looking at really finer last minute changes and discussing to looking at cage B now.
How nervous do you get if your bird's in first and they bring out that pen?
Oh no, it's over.
If your bird's first, it's over. You reckon
it's over? Then you know. Once they bring out the pen, you go, I got to cross the line. Have a look at you now. You looks the budgie.
Okay, Stephen. All right, it's a very, very good bird.
So I think, I'm not sure, Stephen, that it is over when the pen comes out. I think,
You reckon they could spend a moment with a final decision pending?
Well, So there's, last minute changes can happen. The pen is out, ready to be used, but until it's numbered.
Geez, as much as it pains me, Stephen Yu does look pretty good, doesn't he? The part that pains me is
This is Stephen's comment.
Everybody has an opinion. We're all judges in our own mind, aren't we?
No, that's very true. Yeah, we all have an opinion.
We all like certain features.
What are they really thinking about now, do you think, Stephen? Because what are we looking at, the 4th, 5th bird?
I think it's 5th at the moment, trying to get him up or her up. I think it's a hen in R.
We have a move happening here.
Well,
does happen.
If I was looking...
I think they're going to move it. I think they're going to see the pen's out, but it's going to be changed. There you go.
Well spotted, Heath.
I haven't seen them get K up on the perch yet.
I think we just, they just did mark cage D, I think it was, as the disqualified it for no tail. So I think we know that's
the case. That was a call earlier on.
Stephen, over the years, we've really tried to focus in and try and reduce the level of flecking that we see on the bench. And I'll look at the clear body class right now, and this looks like a relatively clean class from a flecking perspective.
I think the changes we made to the flecking claws has had a huge impact on what we see on the bench today. Yes, we all have heavily flecked birds at home. They're a key part of any stud, but we don't see them on the bench.
I think the focus, I suppose, the breeders have put into it really hasn't affected the quality of the clear bodies that we see, because this is a strong class of clear bodies.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, the fleck birds that have the extra melanin are very, very vital to the spot size.
They play a part, don't they, in your breeding
essential
program.
So
I think it's the same with the Lacewing class while we've got it there as well. Like previously,
cool.
A sex-link variety, you did previously see fleck birds in it too, but now they look to be very clean and still have the desirable features, spots and other characteristics. So it's a big improvement.
I agree. Did we just see another move then, guys?
Yeah, G's come up and I's jumped down 2 places.
It's kind of stressed out a bit now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's had enough. It shows over. Seems to be a lot of changes late in the judging.
Yeah, they probably weren't quite there when they got that pen out, but geez, Yu's giving himself every chance, isn't he?
Now they're making another move, so E drops back a place, and R comes up a place.
R's working its way up, isn't it?
So R is the S&P Brooks bird from South Queensland.
Okay.
So I think, as we mentioned yesterday, reading the names out, there's a lot of exhibitors that we're not familiar with. So it's a great outcome when you see birds on the top bench from those breeders.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so much a judge can do, I suppose, to get the best out of a bird, and there's so much the carers can do, but what can the breeders be doing to make sure their birds are ready for a show like this?
Oh, well, I think I think the training is the key, isn't it? You get the birds in fantastic. You have a look, A hasn't moved.
He's been awesome, hasn't he?
Yeah, have a look at U. U's relaxed.
He's turned it on.
Yeah, he's given himself every possibility. The bird in second place hasn't shown at all. He's just sitting there.
Yeah.
He looks to be a strong budgie, though.
Yeah, I'm sure if he was to relax, he'd
Just
look
sitting there's
twice
not
as
enough.
good. Yeah, that's right. He'd look twice as good as what he is. His deportment, have a look, it drops away. He's just not giving himself every opportunity. If he was well trained and if he did sit up, chances are he could possibly have been in first place.
Yeah.
So I agree with that.
Consistently looking at the cage.
Have a look.
His side, don't see his side profile.
It's almost like he's gone to sleep. He's dropped his wing, his tails.
He's roosting, he's not showing.
That's right.
Ooh. Yeah, all right, I get it, Murray, I get it. All right, it's working its way up, okay? You're right.
He's giving himself every possibility.
He's got amazing shoulder strength too, as in, and that feather texture just really pumps out.
I think that mask, that when he does turn side on, you see that whole mask, pivot around, like that collar of feather around the face. It just, really thick and great feather texture.
Yeah. He's a sort of budgie, if you were to pull a feather and compare, it's got a really wide feather as well as long.
100%. And I think that helps when you look at his directional feather. When you look at his face front on, you get that circle effect, that plate effect that we talk about sometimes.
Anyway, the judges have recognised him. He's currently sitting in third place. Are we just about right to go back to the Lacewings? We've hardly seen any of them so far. We've been concentrating so much on the clear bodies.
Oh my God, look at this.
Okay, well, I wouldn't have picked that.
So N is now in first place, so they've moved him up. So
use a chance.
So there's still, I don't think the top three are really settled at this point. There's possibilities of other movements. So like we said before, until it's marked, we don't know.
I do quite like A though.
Sitting there like that, it looks great, doesn't it?
Oh, jeez. He's a really smart bird.
So for
me,
me,
in the mix.
End silhouette shape lets itself down. Yeah, and yeah.
So I think Ian at the moment not showing real well. It's probably deportment's a little bit out of whack as well. It's just the way that he's just not quite.
We recognise he's a super budgie.
He's a super budgie.
He's a powerful bird. Yeah. I think. I don't necessarily know if it's deportment. I think it goes back to the comment we were making earlier. He's just not showing.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is because he's not showing, his deportment does look a little bit out. Yeah. But the judges have obviously seen that he's
a solid, powerful bird.
Yeah, they've acknowledged that.
And look, they're giving the birds every possible chance. You know, they're not rushing. They're talking. They're communicating.
There's some teamwork there, isn't there?
Moving the birds around.
Do you know what's interesting with the grey-green now is now that he has relaxed a little bit, that mask is actually starting to take some shape up there because it looked quite hollow before, but it's actually starting to take a little bit of shape.
And I wondered whether that what we've seen then was because he was looking a little bit stressed in the way he was, you know, turning his head side on. You don't actually get to see his mask.
I think you have a real chance here to move. I don't think it's over for you. I think he's given himself every chance and he's relaxed. Showing him what he's got.
So at the moment, you and Anne are owned by the same breeder. So there could be a 1 and 3, or potentially at this stage. So Ben Bethols from Western Australia.
Geez, he's not doing himself a lot of favours at the minute, is he?
No.
He didn't do anything wrong.
Do you think just while the judges are still finding it hard to make a decision? No, they've decided.
They've marked it.
Okay, well, congratulations, Ben Bethols from Western Australia, 1 and 3 in the Nationals.
Congratulations.
And
well
second
done.
place is Jimmy Meal from Victoria. So they're the top 3.
Okay, very unlucky. Jimmy's bird in A was sitting first all the way through. In 4th place, we have T, which belongs to Stephen Thompson. 5th is B, Eric Whitten from New South Wales. 6th is R, which is S&P Brooks from South Queensland. 7th is G from
S&P Brooks.
S&P Brooks again.
So they've, yeah.
5th
How
and
many
6th.
times did we read out their names so far in this top 8?
Oh, well.
That's
K
twice.
is Mark Chandler from New South Wales. That's in 9th. In 10th place is I, which is Al Trumper from Western Australia.
Geez, WA have done well, haven't
Yeah,
they?
they're doing exceptional.
And 1 and 3 and 9, 8.
So 3 in the top 10.
Yeah.
Before we go any further, is there any chance we can see the Lacewings? We've hardly seen them. Okay.
Oh.
Well, now, remember my predictions were the 2 best birds, two of the better birds were K and S.
The 2 birds you liked the most were K and S.
So they're sitting up there.
So who owns K, Stephen? Who's
K is Dave Memrick from Victoria.
Right, okay.
And S is John Ennis from Victoria.
Okay.
So 2 Victorian birds. In the 3rd place, we have C, Chris Rogers from New South Wales.
Yeah, he's performed well this weekend too, hasn't he?
M is the Bowl family from South Queensland. I had the pleasure of judging the Lacewings at our Shield class, so
there were some good Lacewings.
I know how good these birds from Victoria were. Yeah, so I think Dave's getting close to calling it.
Geez, I really want to see the results from the Lacewing class, so hopefully we can get back to it with a bit of time. There's some good birds in the Lacewings. Really strong class.
Okay, he's quite happy to just be relaxed, sit on the floor.
Well, we're on the perch.
And when the judges come along, he'll just jump up.
It is pretty nice as a judge, isn't it, when you just approach the cage or you just put the stick in and bang, the
Up
bird
it
gets
goes.
up. Love
Yeah.
it. And then you just
can-
step away
You can
and
tell.
admire.
One of the best trainers of budgies I've ever come across is Ian Hunter. And when I asked him, how do you do it? He goes, 4 cans of beer. So put him in the cage, and he goes, I run the stick up and down and my hand up and down. And by the time I've
results of
drunk my
class
4th can
19,
of beer,
clear body.
It's settled.
they settle.
Cage N is first. Cage A is second. Cage U is third. Cage T is fourth. Cage B is fifth. Cage R is 6th. Cage G is 7th. Cage E is 8th. Cage K is 9th. Cage I is 10th. Cage F is 11th. Cage P is 12th. Cage M is 13th. Cage L is 14th. Cage O is 15th. Cage Q is 16th. Cage J is 17th. Cage H is 18th. Cage S is 19th. Cage C is 20th. I'll pass you over to Ian to comment on the birds.
Yeah, Cage N, well, that's classed as the best clear body in Australia today. Beautiful headed bird, did relax nicely, has a lovely shoulder, and a worthy winner. Cage A, not quite the head quality of the first bird, but really nice. Got good length of body, shoulder, did show quite well. Cage U has good width of head, lovely head qualities, but its mask could be a bit longer. Cage T was a good solid bird, had no faults really all over, but really lacked the modern feather. So congratulations to the winners, they were superb. Thank you.
Okay,
so we've just now flipped over to the Lacewings and they're marking the cages. And here we go. K and S, first and second. So Victoria placing first and second. So congratulations to David Remick.
from the
Top
Clyde Club.
effort.
Yeah.
Hi,
It's
what a
really
magnificent
good
budgie.
class.
And commiserations to John Ennis.
Oh, gee.
John Ennis won Lacewings last year and bridesmaid this year, but what a beautiful hen.
That's my point.
Cage,
ignoring
in
that.
third place, we have Cage C, which is Chris Rogers from New South Wales. He had a great day yesterday. 2 wins today, bridesmaid.
He's had a
Moving
good couple of
along.
days, hasn't he?
Yeah. Obviously had a great breeding season.
Just to finish third though in the Lacewings, I wouldn't be putting that down as a failure.
No,
I reckon
no,
that's a top
100%,
effort.
Moving along. M is fourth, and M belongs to the Bowl family from South Queensland. Well, we all know how good they can breed budgies. They had a win yesterday with the yellowface. In cage 5 is J, which is owned by Mick Geary from Western Australia. You know, they're a long way away and there's not many breeders over there, but God, they
Geez,
can
they
know how to
punch
breed
hard
a
though,
good
don't they?
budgie. Yeah.
Yep.
The results of Class 20, Lacewing. Cage A is first. Cage S is second. Cage C is third. Cage M is fourth. Cage J is fifth. Cage H is sixth. Cage P is seventh. Cage N is eighth. Cage L is ninth. Cage I is 10th. Cage A is 11th. Cage F is 12th. Cage O is 13th. Cage E is 14th. Cage Q is 15th. Cage U is 16th. Cage G is 17th. Cage R is 18th. Cage B is 19th. Cage D is 20th.
So you've got to be happy with the birds there. That top row is sensational.
Oh, isn't it? What?
But there were even some good birds. You know, I saw the bird in 14th place. Had all the modern features.
Yeah.
Just a bit shorter in the body than those
Cedric
in front
will
of
comment
it.
on the bird.
On the right track, though, the breeder, isn't he?
Yeah, very much.
And,
Yeah, you kind of got drawn in a bit, didn't you, on the bottom row?
Good morning, everyone. What a nice class of birds to start off with today. The Lacewings were a very strong class, and they had, both of them had good colour and excellent wing marking and spot. Cage 1 was a clear winner, which is a big bird, excelled in frontal blow and a deep wide mast. So it was a bit of a jump down to number 2, which is an excellent hen as well. She has good frontal and feathering around the head and lovely spot. The third bird, the yellow hen, with excellent hen, featuring neat flights and flights and wing feathers. And it's bigger than the bird in cage the fourth bird, which has nice frontal rise, showed well, and was again an excellent quality bird. Thank you.
Yeah, so we've got the clear body results up there now, and just confirming Ben Barthol's the winner from Western Australia. Second place was Jimmy Meal from Victoria.
the class being judged by Ian and Lynn is the class 23.
And in third place, Ben Barthol's again. So congratulations, Ben. Great achievement to get 1 and 3 in the clear body class.
Lynn and Ian are judging class 21 and fellows.
So, Stephen, 3... Ooh,
So we have the
it's
team.
getting close.
Yeah, team results up. So
The next
Victoria's
class to be benched that will be judged by John and Cedric will be class 22, Spangle.
So Victoria in front on 411 points. Next is New South
It'll be
Wales
Spangle
on
normal.
375. And South Queensland on 311 points. And then next is South Australia on 248. Not a lot of margin between South Australia and North Queensland on 236.
Interesting that after this class, they flipped.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yesterday it was the other way around, so that's good to see.
And
There's strong
yeah.
competition there.
And Western Australia aren't far behind them either.
No,
So
exactly.
between third and fifth, there's only sort of 25 points, which is, you know, a good result in a couple of classes. They can make that up. So really punching.
WA had 3 winners in the top 10. I mean, Heafy, what's the go? Oh, the third bird, no points.
Gets no
So-
points, but 1 and 3, they get almost maximum points, don't they? So it's a great achievement for them.
1 point off maximum points.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we've got the next classes up. So in front of us at the moment are the fellows, and let me tell you, there's an outstanding bird in J. The other birds that stood out was H and Q, but I did see a bird there that had a slight hip issue.
Oh,
So
okay.
anyway, there he is in KJ. And so unfortunately, he's injured himself at some point. Have a look at this thing in J, and I call it a
Looks
thing
pretty
because
special.
it's it's been a long time since I've seen a fellow of that quality. That's a good budgie.
Stephen, just explain to me. Obviously, that you're the Tony Gregg here, right? Like, how do you get special access to view these before they get
Okay.
judged? Explain that to me. Like, you've got the opportunity to go down to the pitch, stick the key in there.
Yeah, I think what it's all about is the fact that because we're commentating and live streaming, it's important to have some knowledge about what we're seeing.
So
And
you get
that's the reason
special.
I-
You get special access.
Yeah, and it does have to be explained to all the carers that that's the reason that I'm down there, because normally no one else gets access to the birds prior to being presented on the stage. In this class, I thought H was a lovely budgie as well. Has all the modern features, and you can see it sitting there on the perch.
How important is it to get that I mean, it's early days because they've just got on the bench. But how important is it to get that tail feather below that perch?
That's right. Well, that shows the outline there. You see Jay's gone straight to the front. It's a no-brainer as far as I'm concerned.
You've just got this
I
obsession,
tell a lie.
haven't you? You have this obsession to be right, don't you? He's pretty close to the front, Stephen.
He's second at the moment.
He does fill that cage, doesn't he, for a fellow?
I picked out 3 birds, and Q was one of the ones I picked. So let's just run through. Where are we? Let's just run through the fellows. In KJ, we had the bird from Western Australia, Norm Wheatley. In B was M&P McCusker from New South Wales. C was Dale Ward from Tasmania. We had Michael Smith from South Australia. And in F, we had R. Slade from Victoria. Once again, M&P McCusker from New South Wales. The second entry in the class is in cage G. We have the Rashley family from North Queensland in H. And we had M. Pace from North Queensland in I.
So in J, we have R and C Ogden from North Queensland. In cage K, Keevers and Hoskinson from South Queensland. I think they actually won the fellow class last year. L is Peter Thurn from Victoria. M is Eric Whitten again. N is Norm Wheatley from Western Australia. O is Dale Ward from Tasmania. And in P, we have Alan Rowe from Victoria.
Q. We have John Carfold. R, we have Michael Smith. S, we have Norm Wheatley. So he's got 3 in here.
3.
Now, is he close to a Hall of Famer as well?
Oh, I think he's getting close.
He needs one more.
Okay, then we got T, which is a Holmes family. And we got U, Keevers Hoskinen.
So they were the winners last year of the fellow class.
Keevers and Hoskins
Yeah.
from South Queensland. Hodgkinsons from Queensland.
So
just reading out the results
of
the Lacewings.
Yeah, so just confirming, first place is D and M Vermeck from Victoria, and in second place is Johnny Ennis, also from Victoria, and in third, Chris and Ali Rogers from New South Wales. So great result for those breeders, but an outstanding class of Lacewings. Just the top bench was really, really, really strong.
And WA, again, 3 in the top 10.
Yeah, they're doing well. And we're continuing on. We've got the Gearings in 5th and 6th place from Western Australia. Holmes family 7th from South Australia, as is Bob Simpson from South Australia in 8th. So 9th place was G&T Sinclair from New South Wales. And reading down, we can see Peter Jeffries in 13th, Brian Walters 15th, the Charlesworth family from Tasmania, followed by the Shepherd family from Tasmania in 18th and 19th. Tammy Edwards from Tasmania rounding out 20th place. And the all-important team results. Here we go. We have Victoria on 438, so 438 Victoria. New South Wales on 393. South Queensland 263. South Australia 263. North Queensland on 246. Western Australia on 242. And Tasmania on 191. So there's a battle going on in the zones at this point in time.
But it's still only 20 points between sort of 3rd and 5th, isn't it?
And you know, we've got a lot of classes to go.
Oh, it's going to get tight. It's already tight now, but it could change.
All right, so here we are. We can see we've got the top row in focus of the fellows, and we've got Q and J. The only one miss. Oh no, H is there. So the 3 that I liked are filling 3 of the top 4 places.
I must admit, Q's a pretty smart bird, isn't it? Very solid, really nice body shape.
Yeah.
Really nice face.
I just don't believe it has the power of J. Moving
J
along.
needs to settle too, yeah?
A, we haven't seen on the perch. It's sitting on the floor. P, and P belongs to Alan Rowe from Victoria. It's another solid budgie. F belongs to Race Lay. So we have two Victorian birds sitting side by side. They're probably talking to each other. They would have been in the holding cage for the last few days.
Yes.
And I must say, I think the carers have done an excellent job this weekend. The birds have been given every maximum opportunity to present itself possible.
As a carer, I spend a lot of time in that room, obviously, but you work really closely with your team. But the collaboration between the states,
I think that's
really
that's
strong.
an aspect that exhibitors don't fully understand or aren't fully aware of. The amount of camaraderie that is between the team carers, how they get in and help each other. And I would say you'd have to go back to the instigator of that was a Hall of Famer named Ian Hannington, who was a brilliant carer, and Ian would go out of his way to help anyone. So he set the standard for the future, and that's how it flows on today. Everyone's there to help each other. Different story when the birds get on the bench.
100%.
But prior to that, if there's a problem, people source opinions. Now.
So here we have the Spangles, probably our first look at them at this stage. So C and B are sort of on the top shelf there at the moment. So C and B are both owned by John Ennis from Victoria. So currently sort of running first and second. So I might go through them. So cage A is from John Burt from Tasmania. B and C, as we mentioned, is from John Ennis in Victoria. Cage D, Michael Jones from Tasmania. Cage E is Al Woodcock, Western Australia. F is Hedra Kamal from Victoria. G, Anthony Starcevic from New South Wales. H is R&C Ogden from North Queensland. I is the Holmes family from South Australia. J is W. Schultz from North Queensland. K, George England from South Australia. L is Mickey Pace from North Queensland.
Okay, and in KGM, the Keevers and Hodgkinson partnership, we have James Matthews in N from New South Wales. James is known for his quality spangles. We have Mel Goldsmith from Tasmania in O. P is Barbara Kelly from South Queensland. Norm Wheatley once again. Norm, he has his entry in Q. We have N. Kerr from Western Australia in R. We have the Holmes family. S. T is another entry from James Matthews. And U is G&H Hibbard from South Queensland. Now, the initial movement has come about, and we have the two Victorian birds who happen to be owned by the same person who's just joined us on the commentary table. Morning, John Ennis. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
How are you feeling just at the very minute? I know it's early days. They've just started to judge, but how are you feeling?
Oh, excited.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Is it the same feeling that you had last year when you had your wins last year?
No, it's better because I think the birds are probably a bit more settled than the cinnamon last year.
Right.
I had to leave the room. He was running up and down.
Oh, okay. Let me tell you, right, good judges find the right birds. You don't have to worry.
Yeah.
Even if it's playing up a little bit, they recognise it, and he's just doing everything right, isn't he?
Well, that's what I was hoping for.
Yeah.
Early signs are good, but, I mean, John, you seem to breed... I mean, you breed a really strong budgie. There's no doubt about that. But, again, you've got a really good bird, but it's in a really good, strong class of birds. This is a strong class of Spangles.
Yes,
I mean,
the Spangles are always a strong class.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it doesn't matter where you go in the world, Spangles are a strong class.
Absolutely. You've obviously seen them firsthand, Stephen, because you are the Tony Gregg. So how strong is this class?
They go right down. There will even be birds in the second row that you'd be happy to take home and put in the breeding cabinet.
Absolutely.
No questions. But these are the strongest too. When I had my early look, I had a look and I picked C as the winning bird. Right, I thought I had B. It's coming second, so I'm not doing too bad. The one that's letting me down just at the moment is J. J I had in third place.
It is early days, though,
But
isn't
we'll see
it?
what happens. But there are some beautiful, I mean, I saw a beautiful light green hen.
That's a really strong hen, though.
Yeah. There's some lovely, lovely budgies. What I want to know, John, is where did this new modern feather come from in
Where
your
did you
birds?
get it from?
I've sort of been developing it at home.
Sure, I understand that.
That Spangle C is 100% my Spangle family from a long way back. Number B, the hen is an outcross.
Yep.
She doesn't have that feature.
No.
But she was a nice big strong hen of Armin Slanians.
Right.
So I can give him credit for that, for the size of B.
Yep.
But yeah, I've added in bits and pieces along the way. But I think years ago I had yellow faces that had the start of that directional feather.
Oh, we're talking about that hen from 2012?
Probably not
That far back? No.
Yeah, probably not. But after that, they started to get a lovely cap line. Mm-hmm. It was going right out to the sides and behind the eyes and that. So I used that and then added in other birds to try and enhance that.
Yeah, you seem to have closed that gap between the cap and, I suppose, just below the sear, and you've got that directional feather, that softness, that pushed-in beak. That's a really nice feature you've got going there at the moment.
Yeah, no, I've tried to fill in around the beak area too, like so that they don't appear to have a neck, you know.
Yep, yeah, 100%.
Just a bit of width in the cap and coming down into the shoulders and...
Amazing spots on a really deep, wide mast that spreads across its shoulders. So, I mean, that spot impact on a Spangle is... You'd think it's really easy, but it's not. It actually takes some really good breeding to get spots like that on a Spangle. Bullseye spot, clear, defined, pretty special.
I remember not that long ago people were saying that our Spangles are losing their markings. But, hey, listen, there's not a problem with what we've seen today.
Oh, no.
Anyway, John, good luck.
Thank you, appreciate that.
It's not over yet.
Well done, mate.
But I think it's over.
Oh, come on, Steve.
And we'll see what happens.
Good luck, John.
I'd like to invite onto our panel now is the winner of the fallow class. Oh, sorry. No, got it wrong. The bird the owner of the bird currently sitting in first place, John Carthholt from South Queensland. Good morning, John. How are you?
Take your time, John. Don't
okay.
rush, mate. Relax.
How are you?
Bit nervous.
Okay. Well, I'm sure the heart's going, but beautiful bird sitting in first place at the moment. How long have you been breeding fellows for?
Oh, I started right at the beginning about 5 years ago, so I've only been sort of breeding for 5 years.
Yeah.
Still beginner because I haven't really shown too much because of the issues I've had over the years, and so fellows probably just the last 2 years.
Yeah.
But I've had a lot of great people helping me.
Okay. And that's what it's all about, isn't it?
Yep. It's just about the zone in on that too.
It's not just about, me doing whatever.
Yep.
It's the people who mentor you, who assist you, who give you advice. Whether you take it or not, it's a different thing. But all that.
It's so important, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, it is. Look, Russell Ogden.
Yep.
Along with the other boys like Kev O'Callaghan. Fantastic guys.
Yeah.
Yep.
I remember yesterday Jamie Drury saying, one of the things that he's learnt over the weekend was the community that is involved in budgerigars.
Yep.
You go, everyone has a like mind in terms of trying to breed a better bird, and the fact that so many people seem to want to help each other, which just reinforced what you just said.
Well, I was very lucky. I received a Wiedhofer bird in the futures auction in a raffle, and I bought a Matt Hollyoak fallow hen, and they were the two birds left. It's not my skill putting them together by any means. I put them together, and the splits that came out of those birds was sensational. The size, and Kev O'Callaghan and Russell and a couple other guys came past one day, and he said, "This is his." And Russell said, "Look, can I buy one off you?" I said, "No." I said, "You
held your ground.
You can have one."
Oh, well done.
No way. No.
Good on you.
So since then, I've given Russell 3 or 4.
So you're part of the family now. And it is a family.
Yeah,
I mean, it's a
right.
community, but I think it's just, it's probably a bit more than that.
Yeah, yeah.
You feel welcome in that family? You're part of
definitely. Yeah. And look, if if my bird does get up today, I expected Russell's to get up.
Yep.
I'd be quite happy for him to be in front of me by any means.
Don't give any credit to Kev. If you get up, please don't give any credit to Kev.
Kev's a top guy, come on.
No, he's a nice guy, but he doesn't need the pump up. Now, that Russell Ogden bird, though, I've heard some pretty special stuff about that. Tell me about that.
Okay, so the one that Russell's got up now at the moment, he doesn't actually believe that's the better bird that's come out of the pairing. His hen dropped...
we got a better one.
Yeah, I know that.
Right?
But look, it's a mean-looking bird. I think mine apparently has got some tighter feather, and his is a little bit loose in the feather. And Russell listed out a couple of faults, but I can't see him because I believe his is...
Yeah.
So when you say mean, you're saying it's a really good budgie.
Russell's is a top budgie.
Yeah. It's all about getting the right bird on the stage on the right day.
And my boy sits like a statue.
Yeah, it hasn't moved.
At South Queensland
He's pumping
selections.
himself up already. His bird's sitting there like a statue.
Well, 20 minutes he sat at South Queensland selections, didn't move a muscle.
Yep.
Good on him.
Well done. I didn't train him. I sprayed.
You tell everyone you did.
I sprayed him 3 times. I had him in the show cage about 5, and he sat there. So
Dude,
what do you
you're
do?
breaking my heart, mate. I haven't won one of these yet. So you could win one today.
I'm very emotional at the moment.
I can see.
Because
and you're doing really well.
I've fought really hard for the last 2 years. Troy Holmes, that guy standing behind us, he's helped me a lot.
Mate, he's like Kev. You don't want to give him too much credit, yeah?
Well,
he's already got a big ego, right?
I've modelled his ventilation system in my my bird room. I actually got lucky enough to get in the ANBC Gazette for May. No one's read it though, and I ask everyone, and they go, "What are you talking about?"
I've got an article in there as well, so I'm sure everyone's reading.
Yeah, we all read them.
Yeah,
you don't have to worry. Anyway, listen.
Look,
all the best.
I appreciate your time.
It's not over yet. They've just
definitely
topped and tailed them, but it's a beautiful budget.
My aim was top row. Anything better than that, I'm ecstatic.
You're
Thank you.
on the bench this weekend, and that matters.
Oh yeah, it's huge.
So congratulations.
It's huge.
For that
Thank
so
you.
far.
I appreciate it, guys.
Great to have you.
Thank you.
So getting back to what's happening out there at the moment.
Stephen, what a nice bloke he is.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. We're going back to the Spangles. And that's the thing that a lot of people don't realise. There are some really lovely people in budgerigars. And
does that include you and I, though?
Oh, well, you can make up your own mind there.
I mean, Heath, everyone loves Heath.
Okay.
Today. Good.
Yeah.
And if we can see, in third place, we have the Spangle from James Matthews from New South Wales.
This
now,
is a pretty
James,
good budgie, Steve.
Yeah, it's a real good bird.
I think James has been strong in Spangles for a few years, hasn't he? I
That's
think he's
right.
won this, may have been placed high,
I
really
can't
highly.
remember, but they're always on the top bench. He's a good cockbird. Unfortunately, he's met 2 in front of him at this point in time that the judges deem to be better. Once again, have a look at the markings. You know,
great depth in wing markings, aren't they?
Yeah, look, there was a comment made that the wing markings are deteriorating, and look, you can have a look in eye. Certainly, they're much more paler there, but the top 3 have got beautiful depth of markings.
Great representation of the variety too, aren't they? That's what sort of stands
Absolutely.
out.
And T's got some really good wing markings, but the first 2, especially number 1 at the moment, just the spots. Those bullseye spots are so
exactly
prominent.
Right.
So T and I are the 3rd and 4th place, I
At
think.
this point in time.
Yeah.
I don't know. Have the Spangles been topped and tailed yet?
No, I
no.
don't think they have.
All right. Okay, so it's 5th spot. We have F, U.
I do like F.
Yeah. Well, it's a nice end, isn't it?
Isn't it? Again, the spots. And
that's Hedra Kamal's from Victoria. Hedra's been a winner of Spangles in the past.
He can breed a Spangle.
Yeah. Next bird up is P, and P is from Barbara Kelly in South Queensland. Once again, it's a solid budgie.
Very smart.
There's the depth that we're seeing on the bench now is amazing. One time you go back, and it used to be, the first 2 or 3 birds were exceptional. Now you can go down, even into the bottom row, and you have birds that you'd give your eye teeth for to take home. L. L's strong bird. So strong that it's moving up, I think.
They're moving, I think it's S.
Oh, S.
S has come up a few spots. It's up into...
Is this a dark green hen, is it?
Fifth. Sixth.
The Holmes family, is that a hen?
I think it might be a dark green hen.
Yeah, I saw her out the back and I thought she was lovely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see why. Gee, she does stand out, doesn't she?
Yeah.
Great
showmanship.
Yeah, presence in the show cage. So Kelly's done a great job in prepping and getting them show ready.
Yeah.
Do you think Kelly does the bulk of that
I
work?
have no doubt.
I think Kelly,
so she carries the bulk of the work.
Kelly carries
if it's up to Troy Holmes to get them ready for the show and show train, they'd still be running up and down the floor like they used to a couple of years ago.
So if he were to win a Logie and he becomes a Hall of Famer, is it the Holmes family or is it Kelly Holmes that becomes a Hall of Famer? How does it work?
Schofiel's her name. It's not Holmes.
Okay. I'll just go with Kelly.
I think.
Yeah, we just say Kelly.
I think Kelly deserves the recognition for.
I certainly know she's been doing the training. The Spangles are moving the bottom row up to the top row. So if we go back to the fellows, we may see that they've gone already through this process, and one would expect that they've put. Yep, they have. They've got the top birds that have been on the bottom row moving up to the top again. So they haven't moved anything around, not that I'm aware of.
So still first is Q.
Yeah.
QJH are the first three at the moment.
Geez, Jay really fills that cage, doesn't it, Heath?
It does. From here and what we see and what everyone sort of sees on the feed, he really fills the cage and really sort of throws his head and that cap feather, he sort of really throws it forward. Really modern sort of featured bird.
Yeah, probably the only thing that you could detract from him is the follow through with the tail isn't quite there, but also the bird in the first place, the follow through and the tail's not quite there. But have a look at the width, the shoulder, the body strength, from the shoulders all the way through to the top.
That directional feather, that's pretty special too, isn't it? Yeah.
It's an outstanding budgie.
Moe, you were talking about Hanno earlier, and I first got into the bird room, I think in 2012, 2011, and you only think about him now and you think he is an absolute legend of the bird room, and when it comes to being a carer.
Now, he was exceptional, and I think he's responsible for training so many other people on how to prepare and look after a bird. He'll have a legacy that continues on and on and on beyond today even.
100%. And to see him on Friday night come in as a Hall of Famer, and he's been a Hall of Famer for quite some time now, but to see him turn up was amazing.
And this was the class that Ian was so passionate about, fellows.
You're bang on.
I don't know. I think he became a Hall of Famer purely on fellows, but he certainly bred lots of other super budgies in classes, but this was the variety that he treasured more than anything else.
He did win it quite a few times.
Yeah, and he would look at these birds and, he'd be pretty proud to say somewhere along the track he's got an influence in these. If you go back generations and generations ago, he had the best fellows.
I think it was unusual many years ago, or not
that
long.
Hanno didn't have one in.
Didn't have in the top 3 or 4. It was really common for him to be in that,
He was a
high
Lacewing breeder as well, was he? Or was fellows his thing?
I think fellows was
the
his
variety.
key, but like Steve mentioned, he had a lot of other good birds and varieties as well. So.
Okay.
Jeez.
Q looks really solid through the frame, doesn't he? Shoulder width, really good. Stands out, really good shape. It's
he's doing the right things at the right time.
So there it is. They've
Joe's
marked
really
it.
Okay, well, I know there's one very relieved person out there at the moment, so congratulations. So the winner of the fellows is Cage Q, which is John Carvolth, who we had in here talking to him just a bit before, and he certainly wanted to praise all the assistance he's got from other breeders in helping him get to this point.
And his special mention was Russell too. Not only he knew Russell had a cracking bird here as well, but the support that he's got from Russell.
So
If
moving
there's any
on down
chance
the
we
line.
can get John back in here, you reckon he's going to have the nerve, the strength to get back in? I think he's going to be. He's going to be very shaken now.
Good on him. Well done.
And that's his first win. So
How often do we get a beginner win a Logie?
not often.
It's pretty special, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, some people breed all their life and have never achieved a Logie.
No, I get it, Steve. Thanks for that, mate. Rubbing it in. But in saying that, there's hope for me yet. I mean, Ian Hunter didn't win one for quite some time. It took him a long time to pick up his first, and obviously he's gone like a steam train ever since.
That's right. Just need the cards to fall the right way at the right time.
Yeah, I think I'm going to be waiting a while, Steve.
Oh, no, you're not that far off. I'll ask you, how many seconds have you had?
Oh, I don't know, Steve. I
Too
don't
many
want
to
to
count.
think about it.
No,
I don't want to think about it.
No one remembers who comes second.
No,
do they?
mate, you're just the first loser in my world. But in saying that, the second place bird here today in the Fellows is an exceptional bird as well. And that doesn't surprise me because the Fellows have really come a long way.
Okay. I think we're just about ready to hear from Dave Ganser, who will just...
Could some of what's happened here alter that scoreboard for the States? Is there going to be much of an impact, do you think, here, guys?
Well, I think you'll see South Queensland consolidate third place. I think it's a bit too far behind New South Wales to change that positioning.
We still have a few classes to go, I suppose, isn't there? I mean, anything's possible.
Yeah, very
I mean,
much.
you're a numbers
The
man,
results
Leith. Come
of
on.
Class 21, Fallow. Cage Q is first. Cage J is second. Cage H is third. Cage B is fourth. Cage P is fifth. Cage U is sixth. Cage O is seventh. Cage G is eighth. Cage I is ninth. Cage K is 10th. Cage F, 11th. Cage L is 12th. Cage N is 13th. Cage M is 14th. Cage S is 15th. Cage T is 16th. Cage C is 17th. Cage R is 18th. Cage D is 19th. Cage A is DQ'd, and Lynn will comment on the birds.
Just quickly before Lynn speaks, the thing that stands out is the feather
Some
length.
very nice fellows here, especially the ones up the top, and the ones at the bottom are nice too, but these ones at the top. First place is a really beautiful cockbird, sits perfectly, picked himself right from the word go, lovely style, lovely width of face, beautiful feather, nothing out of place. Exactly what you want from a showbird. Now, the bird in second position is slightly bigger, but just not quite as tight, not quite as showy. Just a big bird, still a lovely bird. Take him home. The third, and then we come down. Third bird's lovely. I could say not as good as the first or second, but a nice showy bird, nice face, good condition. Right through here, we've got three very nice hens in a row here. 1, 2, 3 over here. Lovely hens, all in lovely condition, beautiful feather and nice faces, and all put together really beautiful. And we come down the bottom. They're all very lovely birds, and I know this is a very difficult class to breed, a fallow. It's not easy, recessive variety. And so we, congratulations to the breeders. They're all really lovely birds, and they were a pleasure to judge.
Okay. While I remove those birds, maybe we
go
can...
back to the Spangles.
Yeah.
I'm really pumped about these Spangles. I really want to see what's happening here, Steve.
So they're probably getting to the point where they've topped and tailed them, I think, have they, on the Spangles?
I think they have.
Yeah.
But I think the thing that stands out is the depth of quality of the Spangles.
Oh, yeah.
It runs deep in this class, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
that's right. Interesting, with the fellows, you could see, on the bottom row, the biggest change was the size and length of feather. In the Spangles, they're now top and tailing them again. The depth of quality goes right down to the second row.
Oh, my word.
So we still have C and B in first
they
and
haven't
second
changed
place. They haven't
anything
moved unless something was significant to happen. I don't think they're going to
Sorry,
change.
I forgot to mention the bird that we disqualified. It's a lovely big bird, but he just won't grip the perch properly. I'm not sure if he's injured himself, but he wants to lean over to one side and will not grip the perch with one of his feet.
Even some of the hens in this class are really, really strong, but they actually look like hens too. They're not hens that look like cockbirds. So they are hens that are exceptional hens.
That's right. You look at them and you go, well, you'll definitely breed.
Oh, 100%.
Whereas sometimes with those hens that look like cocks, you go, you're a nice show bird.
But you're not going to breed.
That's where you're going to stay.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And you hear some great stories, especially as a judge, and you think, you go to a show, you judge a bird, and it's this lovely hen, and then you hear back a couple of years later, never bred a chick for me.
No,
But
that's
it's
right. Never
amazing.
laid an egg. Don't worry about breeding a chick.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So, one of our
The
major
next
sponsors
class
there.
that is being benched now, Class 23, Spangle AOSV. They will be judged by Lynn and Ian.
Okay, so just reading out the results of the fellows. In first place, John Carfolth from South Queensland. RNC Ogden in second place. In third place, we have the Rayleigh family from North Queensland. Fourth was M&P McCusker in New South Wales. Alan Rowe in fifth from Victoria. We know that name. Keevis and Hodkinson from South Queensland in sixth. Dale Ward in seventh. And M&P McCusker again in eighth.
And in ninth place, we have Mickey Pace from North Queensland. So they've done exceptionally well in this class today, winning, coming second and third. In 10th place, Keeves and Hoskinson again. In 11th place is R. Slade.
Okay.
So, the all-important zone scores. Victoria still out in front in 4.54. New South Wales is second in 4.11. South Queensland, 348 points.
Here's the battle.
North Queensland.
And South Australia.
They're up
so
and
they're
back,
flipped.
So there's 4 points between those two states at the moment. So North Queensland on 271 and South Australia on 267. And not far behind them again is Western Australia. So they're still doing...
WA's still in there.
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. And then rounding out, it's Tasmania on 201.
If we can flip back to the Spangle class, they're marking the... Oh, right, sorry.
Media changes rapidly. At Media Stable, we adapt with it. Our strong relationships with journalists, reporters and newsrooms across the country
This could impact your chances of being approved.
gets your message in front of their audience. Media Stable works for any verified expert who has something to say. Micro businesses, academics, small business owners and big multinational companies. We are journalists and media professionals. Our team understands the industry. Radio, television, print and digital. We help you develop your own relationships, build your profile, deliver a clear message and position yourself as the media's go-to for expert insight and analysis. When news breaks, the media come to us. Be seen on our media board, our exclusive bulletin delivered to hundreds of journalists daily. Tailored media training develops your presence. Receive invites to our exclusive Meet the Media events in your capital city. Share your knowledge, enter the conversation, insert your opinion and educate with your insights. Let the Media Stable team open media doors for you.
Okay, that's one of our major sponsors, Media Stable. So back to the Spangles, and the cages have been marked. So congratulations to...
The results of Class 22, Spangle Normal. Cage C is first. Cage B is second. Cage T is third. Cage I is fourth. Cage F is fifth. Cage U is sixth. Cage S is seventh. Cage K is eighth. Cage P is ninth. Cage L is 10th. Cage R is 11th. Cage Q is 12th. Cage N is 13th. Cage E is 14th. Cage J is 15th. Cage M is 16th. Cage D is 17th. Cage G is 18th. Cage A is 19th. Cage O is 20th. Cage H is 21st. I'll pass you on to John to comment on this class.
Okay, the Spangle class, it's always a strong class. The only difference today was there's a couple in the first two places that just blew us away as soon as we walked up to the staging. And also, just say it's a credit to the bird carers, because with the immaculate spotting they do to highlight the target spots in these birds, with the spangles and the lacewings, it really brings up the birds to look nice. Now the first bird is a spangle grey, massive top, excellent markings, great condition, and on top of that he showed well all day. Second bird, another massive top, just not quite as massive as the first bird. He's well marked, showed well, and the other thing about these two birds, they're in great show condition, great feather condition. Third bird is in great condition too, lovely markings, just can't compete with the first two with his size and top. When he blows, he's really good, but he's sort of a bit hot and cold, but we caught him when he was at his best. Cage I, another bird with a great size. A lot of these birds on another day could easily have won if they hadn't come across the first two. He's got a deep mask, excellent lateral feather. The fifth bird, another great spangle, lateral feather, target spots, and the whole class was quite amazing, right across the top row. Thank you.
Okay, well, all I can say is watching them as they were reading through the place getters right down to 18th and 19th. It was super budgies. Absolutely. It's the strongest class that I've come across so far this weekend. Now, we're going to the next class that Lynn Miller and Ian Snyder are judging, which is the Spangle AOSV, and they're well and truly underway there. So we'll just read out the owners of the exhibits today. So in KJ we have M. Pace from North Queensland, Anthony Starkovic from New South Wales is in B, Joel Kuhn C from South Queensland, Smith and Marr from Victoria in D, In E, we have Ali Humadi from Victoria. F, we have Peter Howard from Tasmania. G, we have Paul Bayliss from New South Wales. M&D Gearing in H from Western Australia. And I, we have Roy Blair from Tasmania.
And in J, we have the Holmes family from South Australia. Cage K is Steve Wires from New South Wales. L, Norm Wheatley from Western Australia. M, Bevan Moritz, South Queensland. And N is Derek Poole from Tasmania. O is George England from South Australia. P is another bird from Joel Coon from South Queensland. Q, another one from the Holmes family in South Australia.
The next class being benched,
R is
class
P.
24
Drew.
dominant pides, will be judged by John and Cedric.
S is Jeffrey Leong from Victoria. T is M&D Gearing from Western Australia. And U is J Major from North Queensland. So...
Okay, well, when I had the pleasure of looking at the...
Oh, here we go.
So confirming first and second is Johnny Ennis. So well done, Johnny Ennis. That's a great achievement to get first and second in such a strong class. And then James Matthews is in third and fourth is Holmes.
Congratulations to James Matthews.
Absolutely.
I mean, to get third in such a strong class, it's a great effort.
Yeah.
And going down, we've got the Holmes family in fourth, Hedrick Kamal in fifth, G&H Hibbard in sixth, Holmes family in seventh, George England in eighth, Barbara Kelly ninth, and we go down in Pace, in Kerr, Norm Wheatley, James Matthews again, Al Woodcock, that's not a name I'm familiar with, from Western Australia, W. Schultz from North Queensland, Kivas and Hodkinson from South Queensland, Michael Jones, who was in 17th from Tasmania, Anthony Starkovich from New South Wales in 18th, John Butt had a win yesterday, not so lucky today, but another good bird in 19th,
Absolutely.
Mel Goldsmith 20th, and RNC Ogden 21st. Now,
here we
go, the scores.
So Victoria still out in front, 481. New South Wales on 427. Third is South Queensland on 366 points.
Here we go.
And South Australia 287.
Flipped again.
North Queensland 281. So six.
Western Australia 262. Tasmania 204.
So we are seeing a bit of every class is, there's a change there, isn't there, between fourth and
absolutely,
fifth?
we're seeing some changes, aren't we?
I'm going to call it now. I think the lead for Victoria is too big for anyone
I was going to
catch.
ask you that. Can that close?
Yeah, I don't think it could close a bit, but I don't think it's going to.
I think the first three are pretty much settled, I think, isn't it?
Okay.
NCA Custom Cages delivers high-end enclosures built for serious bird breeders. Designed and fabricated on the Sunshine Coast, our cages are made to last with solid welds, smooth finishes and premium materials. Easy to clean and highly functional. Our cages are crafted for strength, simplicity and daily ease of use. NCA Custom Cages, for quality that speaks for itself. Contact us now.
They truly are beautiful cages.
Ain't they what?
But just while I got a chance, I need to acknowledge the sponsors of the rosettes. So in the clear bodies, we had the Bowl family from Queensland. Lacewings, we had Tammy Edwards. Sponsors of the fellow was Felix Grasso Real Estate. And the Spangles was Gary Hibbard. So now in front of us, we have the Spangle AOSV.
Again, you had special access to these birds that Heath and I don't get. So talk to me about the Spangle AOSV.
Okay, well, there were a few standout birds that I saw, and these are the ones, and we'll just see how they perform. But I thought a standout was S&I.
So currently S is in first place there, sitting there at the moment.
Right.
So
I also thought E was a lovely bird, and a hen, B. So
B.
S and B are in the top three at the moment.
Yeah. We can't.
It's early days yet, so you don't know what the others are doing, but you can see they're just the strength already.
This wasn't always that when we first split the Spangles. This was not all that strong at the start.
No. But
now,
because we split them, now they are concentrated on a variety to breed, whereas in the early days, they were just secondary to the normal Spangles.
Yep. Yeah,
So
100%.
you see the concentration now is on this variety.
It wasn't just, now it's not just a byproduct.
No, that's right.
It's people are dedicating to breeding them as an outcome, as part of their breeding programs, aren't they?
I see eyes on the top row.
Of course it is, Steve. That's you picked it to be there, didn't you?
It's interesting, you know. I'm looking at the birdie knee now. That's a good budgie, but you know, it's just not showing. That showmanship is the key, isn't it?
Not doing himself any favours.
No.
And there are a number of birds in this lineup that aren't doing their best.
Well, the issue you've got now, right, as the day wears on, those birds have been boxed up in cages for already about 4 hours.
It's not only that too, Stephen. They are now the last session. It's already late over the weekend, and you're right. They've been in show cages now for 3 to 4 hours.
Yeah,
it does get tough.
Yeah,
you know?
And that's where the training becomes vital. I can't stress enough how the bird has to do its job. It's a show bird. That's what it's there for.
That does fall. There is a fair bit of responsibility that needs to go back to the breeder for that.
Just drink a few cans of beer, you'll be right.
Yeah.
Okay, working our way through. On the top row that we can see at the moment, we have K, I and E. N, they've got to settle. E looks a pretty strong budgie.
Yeah, I'd like to see it really show and relax.
Yeah.
Certainly looks like it's got some features.
Yeah. I like I. I liked it. It's one of the ones that I said.
So who owns I? Oh, is owned by Roy Blair from Tasmania. So that's a good bird.
He's done very well. Do you get competition? I mean, is there competitive behaviour, or is there a competition, I suppose, within states sometimes? I'll just look at the fellows, and I know we're not talking about the fellows, we're not looking at them now, but I see the names Rose, Slade, Thurn. I mean, there's got to be some competitive juices flowing between those three guys. Just to put it, that was in order too, how they ran.
Yep.
I mean, Rowie was above Slade and above Thurn. Do you reckon there'll be a little bit of banter there?
I reckon there'll be. I think it's pretty competitive between a couple of those blokes. I think they pride themselves on outdoing each other.
So you're telling me Rowie would know that he finished above Slade and Thurn?
I think he would know, and I think Slady will let Thurney know that he finished above him too, just quietly.
I love that.
Yeah.
And then we talk about family and community. I mean, that becomes part of it too, doesn't it?
It certainly does. So there's been a big move here of about 4 places. So we've had, I can't see what number it is. We've had
Aye.
Is that a really... which you did, yes, Steve. I can see the smirk on your face. Sorry, people, I know you can't see, but I can see the smirk on his face. Is that a Spangle cinnamon grey green?
It looks to be.
That's really intense markings for a cinnamon too.
Okay, the one that's letting me down at this stage is you. I didn't spot that.
No, it's not. It's letting you down. It's not all about you, Steve.
No, but it's a lovely bird too. Okay.
It is a very nice
So you is from North Queensland, so second place is currently from Tasmania, so from Roy Blair.
Yeah.
And then North Queensland are in third place. So, you know,
it's spread out, isn't it?
Smaller states still punching above their weight, really.
Oh, don't say punching above their weight. They're just breeding good budgies.
Good birds.
That is a really, really strong budgie. I mean, that's got a lovely face.
Yeah.
Some really good directional
depth
feather.
of mask.
Absolutely. And I love the variety. I mean, you can clearly see the spots even from here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's done really well.
Yeah. Perhaps doesn't have the body strength of the one in front of it.
Yeah, there's probably a bit of that.
Look at the beautiful directional feather.
And the depth of mask. And the mask actually spreads across the shoulders.
And it goes way past the cheek patches.
Absolutely.
Have a look.
And when he turns, you can see that whole movement.
And that's a feature that, you know, for improvement, that's where we've got to go.
Stephen, even though the second bird doesn't probably have the substance, but it actually still has a really good body shape.
Yeah. It's a good budgie.
Yeah.
End of story.
Talk to me about you. You did mention you earlier, didn't you? No. What was the third bird that you highlighted?
B. So B's letting me down at the moment.
I do like eye. I mean, he's got that directional feather. It comes out, comes down, it spreads across it. It fills its face.
You know, one of the issues.
So we got the dominant pides here now. We might just on the screen. So we might just go through them and call them out. Who is in which cage? So in cage A is P. McElroy from North Queensland. Cage B is Jeff Voss from Tasmania. Cage C is the Holmes family from South Australia. Cage D is Shirley Reardon from South Australia. Cage E is DAD Budgerigars from New South Wales. Cage F is Andrew Johnson from Tasmania. Cage G is P. Thompson from North Queensland. Cage H is M&D Gearing from Western Australia. Cage I is Joel Kuhn from South Queensland. J is Bob Simpson from South Australia. Cage K is Andrew Corner from New South Wales.
And we have Esmo from Victoria in L. Jay Patterson from Western Australia in M. In N we have Wayne Stefan from South Queensland. Jeff Voss is in O. Jeff's from Tasmania. G and L Ryan from South Queensland in P. Jeffrey Leong in Q from Victoria. We know that name. Jim Baker from New South Wales in R. S is Scott Erickson from North Queensland. Bates and Haddock from Victoria. I haven't heard that name mentioned this weekend, so good to see their representative in T. And in U we have Al Trumper. And the judges have already started to move birds around in the dominant pied class. So in the dominant pied class, I thought the standout bird was C.
And that's where it's currently at the front.
Right, but I also saw some other good ones. I saw J. I saw a Spangle dominant pied.
Very smart, very nice.
Really, really good. I just hope that the combination of varieties doesn't upset its performance. And then I saw a lovely hen in N.
Okay.
So we just have to wait and see how they're going. But at this point in time, C is certainly gone straight to the front.
So it's important to talk. So C, the Holmes family. So I think with their wins over the weekend, if they win today, or another win today, will get them into the Hall of Fame. I think,
which will be the second one
this weekend.
To go into the Hall of Fame.
And Kelly has done such a great job preparing this bird. I mean, this is a really good exhibition bird. But I want to mention a bird. Now, I know, Stephen, you get special access. We've spoken about that before. You're the Tony Gregg, right? But being a carer, sometimes you get to look at some other birds. And I did see a Bob Smith dominant pied cinnamon sky blue. That's actually a really smart bird. And it is a little bit flecked, and I'm not dampening the quality of this bird. But yeah, and I'm not.
Is that the one in J? Is it?
I think it may be. It's a really, really strong budgie, and I loved it. And yeah, it's going to get hit a little bit, but I can still admire
so
it.
There it is there. Yeah.
No, that's, the shoulder strength, feather texture. I mean, and I think we spoke earlier, Heath, about flecking and the fact that in the breeding room, you got to work with these birds.
Yeah.
You can't just dismiss them. I mean, you can't dismiss that. That is a really, really nice.
And it does have a little bit of flecking there, but I think this quality of the bird is just outstanding. I think cage C, the one in front of them, it looks to be a hen from
no, it's a cockbird.
Is it a cockbird?
Yeah,
okay. I just can't quite see it.
No, that's fair enough. I mean, Steve, but special access, you already know it's a cockbird, and I've seen the bird as a carer, so it's a pretty special budgie.
It's certainly one of the top birds of the weekend.
Oh, absolutely.
The bird in A is a strong bird, isn't it?
Solid.
Not got the flair of the one in front of it. I think that's the feather length and directional feather.
It's early days too, yeah. I mean, these guys still got to work on this class as well. So, what were some of the birds that you highlighted again, Steve?
In the dominant pieds?
Yes, please, mate.
C, J, H, and N.
So there's H. H is, was that third or fourth?
Currently third. Yeah.
Looks like it's a really well-marked bird as well, doesn't it, for a dominant pied as well? So, it's really well-marked, which is you still got to judge a bird. Even with, a Spangle dominant pied or a dominant pied Spangle, do you have to, as a judge, do you really need to look at it and still, It is a spangle. Are you supposed to take that into consideration?
No, well, I don't.
We'll talk about that later. Heath, what would you be doing? I mean, you've got a dominant pied spangle. This one, I actually think this is reasonably good.
I think this is a good representation of both varieties. I think
agree.
that's what stands out for me looking at it here, without seeing it up close, obviously, but seeing that it does actually represent both varieties quite strongly, and he's a good budgie, full stop.
I totally agree with that. Got some lovely feather texture too.
Yeah. And it has that really sort of coarsey body feather that fills it out.
Yeah, the bird we're talking about there is H, which is a Western Australian bird. It's from Mick Gearing.
Good. Geez, he's had some good birds since I've been in here today.
Yeah, no. Okay, so...
Q doesn't look like too bad a bird either. Sorry to cut you off there, Steve, but Q looks pretty smart as well.
Yeah, you would expect to see some really good birds all the way through. The top row should be really, really strong. Q, if I actually think I can remember this bird. And that the Q was the Victorian bird, so
is it?
A modern budgie.
Yep. Spangle AOSVs, where are we at now? You reckon, would they be starting to get close to making some major moves, or
I think
towards the end? His eye does look really good.
Yeah, so I think the fourth bird was previously in third. They've swapped 3 and 4 around.
It's actually starting to show now. It's actually starting to do something now. When we saw it early days, it wasn't doing a lot, but it's actually starting to relax and show a little bit.
I'm looking at all of them, and they're all good budgies. Only comment I'll make about the bird in fourth place, it has a tendency to kick its wing up a little bit, so that spoils the outline. If you can have a look, rather than the continuous sweep from the top of the head to the tail, there's a break, and the break is where the wings sit.
There's a different outline there, isn't there?
It is, and when you read the standard and what perfection's supposed to look like, there's a bit of a gap here, and this bird's got some work to do. And conditions probably hurting it a little bit too.
Yeah, you sort of see some pin feathers on top there, and the carers have obviously tried to do the best they can. But see, the outline there is a lot better than what it was before, hasn't it? It's improved, moving it around.
They've got a good bird to work with as well, and they are sitting fourth in what is a really, really strong class. So we need to take, they should be happy with that too, yeah? But those first 3 birds, there's some powerful stuff up there, isn't there?
Yeah, very strong budgies. So that bird we've just been talking about is U, which is from North Queensland, J Major.
Okay.
It's a name I'm not familiar with, so really pleased that he's got a bird on the top bench and up the top end.
Yeah, he should be in a very strong class.
Yeah.
I don't know if I's doing himself too many favours at the minute.
I think they're all... S is enjoying himself on the cage front.
He's having a day out.
Yeah. Well, you can see they've all started to get a little bit ratty and a bit unsettled. I think they've all had their show.
Yeah, I suppose now, when I say anything could happen, I think, the judge plays his part now in trying to get the bird to settle a little bit. What the exhibitors invested in the bird could really come home now and make the difference.
And I wonder if our cameraman can move further down the line on the top row. That's it. B, U, that's the one we were looking at just before. K, another solid bird.
Quite settled, didn't he? Quite settled.
Yeah. Without a chance. I mean, that mask, the depth and the width of that mask.
The width is the thing that stands out to me, the width of the mask.
Absolutely.
Perhaps not the strength up from there up.
Yeah, I was just thinking exactly the same thing.
Beautiful body, nice strong shoulder. Shape doesn't quite follow through to the top of the bird. But, I'd like to have it in my bird room.
Oh, no, I wouldn't be complaining. Definitely not.
Yeah. N's a hen we haven't seen up on the perch yet.
I was just about to say, you usually get some nice strong hens in this class as well, so I'm sure there's some around. There's been a fair bit of anticipation around the dominant pides, hasn't there, over the weekend leading up to this?
Well, I think so, and I think what's significant is the fact that if the bird that's in first place stays there, then we have a new addition to the Hall of Fame.
Oh, there's some big names in that class, though, Stephen. Anything so possible, and there's some pretty good budgies in there, so it's no gimme.
Well,
So they're moving, so they are swapping the top birds around at the moment. So second and third have just done a swap. So we now have C still in first place, but H has moved up one.
Is that the Spangle we were talking about earlier?
the Spangle dominant pide, it's in second place. It was in third.
Yep.
So third's moved down, and I can see the reason for it. A doesn't have the feather length on the face that the other birds have got.
Auction,
You're right.
outside the doors.
And don't be surprised
And
if Q
also
moves up in
table
front
settings,
of A as well.
Seating tonight
100%.
is
I
at the
wouldn't
same
rule out
play,
D either.
and
So I think there might be
also
something there too, but we'll see what
expressions of interest for the show down in South Queensland. Also, is Heather Farron Price has got the expression of interest also out at the front at the doors there.
I mean, anything's possible, Stephen, but H at the moment, he'd have to do something pretty special, wouldn't he, to overtake C?
I don't think it's possible. Not in my eyes.
Heath?
I agree. I think
just
that's
agreeing with Stephen, or you just
I
think
think it's
C's too powerful?
I think C is just a powerful, outstanding budgie. I think it's been, it is just a good bird. It's been presented really, really well as well.
Okay, well, we've seen the swap
Kelly's
that we
done a power of
predicted.
work to get this bird to where it is. So. And like we said before, this will get the Holmes family into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, we just saw fourth place swap with third place, which was a prediction or call we made. We thought just the feather length on the face is enough to move in front. It's not doing itself any justice at the moment, but it's a Victorian bird. We saw it last weekend. It's a good budgie, a good modern face.
Absolutely. I can't stop thinking about that dominant pied cinnamon sky. I know it's flecked, but I can't help myself. This is a really strong. This is a really strong class of birds.
I thought once again there was a break in the silhouette outline.
Yeah, no, and
the
that's
wings.
fair enough.
Yeah.
Yep.
When we get into the very pointy end, everything has to be right.
That makes a difference, doesn't it?
Yeah. Okay. The call you made is D will finish in front of A. So they're looking at it now, so let's see what they come up with.
He so wants me to be wrong, you know that, don't you?
No, I actually so want you to be
I'm
right.
lucky I'm sitting between you two guys, all right? I think
it does get a little bit heated from time to time. But I see some of the birds on this bottom row too here. This is a really good class. I mean, if you win this class, you should be very, very proud of that.
Mm.
Geez, S looks like a pretty smart bird as well, doesn't it, Heath? I mean, it's given itself every chance right now.
In terms of the feather and what we're sort of seeing,
It's got those modern day features. It's got some lovely back skull with the cap. It even seems to have some really nice depth of mask. I mean, we're looking at it from a distance because we're zoomed out at the moment, but that's actually a pretty smart budgie too.
Yeah. There are, putting a bit of time into these sort of birds here, DTS, obviously considering there might be some movement here, but...
I reckon there's still a bit of work to be done here at the moment. I think they've probably got their first 3 or 4, but they're probably just starting to work their way through the class. Gee, I do really like that Spangle though. He does catch your eye, doesn't he? And it's not just a variety. There's some nice features about that bird.
Really strong through the shoulder in H, isn't it?
Yeah,
like just a
absolutely
Spangle dominant.
What's Q doing at the moment besides running around?
Yeah, so there he is. That's
very thick and solid.
Yeah. Yep. It'd be really nice if you probably stood that little bit cleaner off the perch and above the perch would be helpful, wouldn't it?
I think the one thing difference between C and that bird is the body strength.
Yeah, I
the
agree.
length of body.
Yep.
It's all about proportionally the amount of bird above the perch compared to the amount of bird behind the perch. And I think where C is in front of H is very much that, not just the top, but it's the body length.
Yeah, totally.
That sets it apart.
Yeah, so I'm not sure whether we've seen C get up on the perch yet. Obviously, we're looking at him on the floor there now, and he's just an outstanding modern budgie. But I haven't seen him get up on the perch.
So Q is moved into second place, and look, in all honesty, he's just a little bit more modern in feather texture around the face area.
So now they're topping and tailing.
You don't get a full complement of spots. I mean, what's the preference here? Is there a preference?
Well,
Does it
interestingly,
matter?
in Australia, you don't have to have a full complement of spots. If you were showing in the UK, you do.
Okay.
Really?
Yeah, so it's quite a difference.
So
it's
if
all
they
relative.
pied it out,
Pardon?
if they were pied it out,
You
it
can't
wouldn't matter
show
here,
'em.
but in the UK...
They get disqualified. They don't
Really?
conform to the standard. No, so this is the second row. So we have R. So in the Spangle AOSV, R is P. Drew from North Queensland. F is a bird belonging to Peter Howard from Tasmania. C, Joel Kuhn from South Queensland. Don't really know what they're doing at this point in time. Just moving in to make the presentation look nice.
So they're just working their way through what will be the bottom row, I suppose, and just trying to make sure that they're putting them on that middle row to give them that opportunity that they've been seen at eye height, every bird that's in the class, which is really important, and then just finalising all the way through to 2021. So
while they're still just sorting out that that row at the moment, I'll just mention once again our major sponsors for the weekend, which of course is Trill. And then we have Cruise Advisors. So if you're thinking of travelling down the Danube River or whatever, they're the people you need to talk to. Okay, Trill, great bird seed.
and a great sponsor
of
this fantastic event where we actually get to catch up annually and really enjoy each other's company. So, but cool.
So we're now reverting back to the birds that were on the top of the Spangle AOSV class. I'm not sure that there was much activity in terms of moving and shuffling birds around.
I think they just really tweaked the bottom row, made sure they were happy with where things were at, and they're just putting them back. I think they'll go over what is now the top row
and finalise their
make sure that they're
placings.
happy with those.
Yep.
I wouldn't rule out a change or two, though. I still think there's a possibility. It does happen.
No, you just want that cinnamon spangle, the cinnamon dominant pide to work its way up.
I mean, there's a bit of a sickness sometimes with us judges, I suppose. We all want to be right. But in saying that, I mean, we want the best bird to win. And I mean, that's always front of mind. And I've got no doubt that no matter what happens today, that's exactly what we're going to get. But there are some excellent birds in this class.
Yep.
I think that the consistency sort of says to me on that top shelf that there may be a movement, here and there. Just when they get them back, they get settled.
Similar, aren't they?
They get settled. They change. They've had a bit of time to either settle or to, improve. So there may be a little bit of movement. Yeah.
It's a big weekend. It's a long day. But when it gets to that final point, that final moment, that 10, 15, 20 seconds could make that difference.
absolutely.
Of turning it on at the right time.
I think what you find is the good birds are good birds no matter what. And even if it's not giving it 100%, you go, okay, there you are.
Yep.
And I think that's what's happened with this. He's been in first place all the way along. He's just thick and solid.
I think I's still giving himself every chance, Steve. Not going to back away.
So S is still currently sitting in first spot, I's second spot, and B rounds out the top three.
There you go.
And now they're moving it, so they are making the change. So I is now in first place. So who's I owned by, Stephen?
I is owned by Roy Blair from
That's
Tasmania.
great. That's a great result for Roy if that's how it lands.
Bred some magnificent crests over the years. He's been really, really passionate about those. But
and he was in partnership for a long time with Derek Poole.
Absolutely.
And I think that's
well, this is probably his first major win as a separate identity.
Correct.
Oh, totally.
So congratulations to Roy at this point in time.
Yeah, anything could still happen because these first three birds, anything can happen with these first three birds.
Yeah,
I've got
agreed.
no doubt.
Yep.
Because I look at B right now, B ain't half bad. Now, B, I mean, Stephen, I'm gonna put it out there, and I've got access to some certain information. But where did you have these first three birds in your?
I certainly did. I actually had the winning bird of this class as I.
There you go.
You're killing me, Steve. You're killing me.
I had S in the top 3 and 4, and I also had B. The one that's let me down is E.
All right. I'm not going to keep on stroking his ego. It's making me sick, right? But Heath, you looked at that. You've seen those first three birds. I don't think this is over and out yet. I think anything could still happen.
I wouldn't be certain in saying that it's complete and finalised yet. No.
Yep. I think there's still game on between these first three birds.
Yeah. You know, we're seeing Kay there at the moment, bounce around a little bit too much in the cage. Judges are trying to get that bird up on the perch. He's really...
If they could get it to settle, I think that would be really important.
Yeah, I think they... Oh, there he goes. He's getting up now. But he does look to have had enough almost, doesn't he, the way he's bouncing around in the cage. And a lot of the birds we're seeing on the screen there are doing that as well. They're moving around. They're not really doing themselves or helping the judges.
Yeah. And I think that's what's really important about either watching this. Where would you watch this, guys? I mean, you're watching it on your laptop, you're watching it on your phone. I was going to say TV originally, but if you're watching this back home in your state, you've got one of these birds here, at least you know the judges are giving it every chance, even though it's still playing up, and you'll understand why it's finished 4th, 5th or 6th, you know?
Yeah. No, I think that's... definitely you can see that the judges are doing their best to get the best out of the birds, which is, you know...
and that movement there is pretty much, you can see the reason why.
Absolutely, you can see.
Okay.
Kay looks to be a super strong bird in the... and we haven't seen him get up. Get it.
It really would be good to get him to settle, because I think Kay's probably got a little bit to offer here. Okay, Steve, I'm going to ask the question. Did you have Kay in your list?
No, I didn't. That's okay.
But he could be a disruptor. Now, right at this point in time,
there you go. They're marking them. Okay, so they are settled. So well done to Roy Blair.
Right at the last minute, they swapped first and second.
It was actually because maybe 3 minutes ago, 4 minutes ago.
So that's a great outcome for Roy Blair.
Yeah, he'll be out there.
He'd be very happy.
Yeah,
he'd be very happy. His wife actually ended up. I think she's gone to catch up with a friend and the daughter. And she was going to try and hang around, but she couldn't. So. But I'm sure he would be ecstatic. He'd be excited. And I'm pretty sure Derek probably would be the first person to go up and shake his hand.
Correct.
Oh, absolutely. Let me tell you, it's one of the premier classes of the show.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
How many have they won?
So this is their second.
This is the second win
for the
weekend.
Tassie.
What was their first?
John yesterday, the albino cock.
Oh,
That's a good budgie.
That was a good class too, yeah.
Yeah.
The albinos was a really strong class. So,
Yeah.
geez, they've won two very, very strong classes. haven't
So we have I, S is second, B third, K in fourth, U in fifth, N in sixth, seventh is E, P is eighth, ninth is G, J is 10th, and that rounds out the top row.
I really would like to know where the we've spent some good time on these Spangle AOSVs, but I'm still eager to know where the dominant pides are at the minute.
And I think you'll find, Dave will call out the place getters here, and we'll hear from. Are they marking the cages over there?
They've got to give us a glimpse.
So
surely. Give
there
me a
it
glimpse
is.
of
So the dominant pied. So Troy Holmes.
Hall
so the
of
Holmes
Fame.
fan. He's now into the Hall of Fame. So well done to Troy, and congratulations to Troy and Kelly. Kelly's done a power of work to get these birds ready.
Commiserations to Jeff Leong, second.
Great effort. Good
Yeah.
budgie.
Third was H, which is the Spangle we're talking about.
Which
Emma
I really did
Gearing.
like, Stephen. So whose was that?
Gearings from
Great
Western
effort.
Australia.
Really, he should be very happy.
Okay,
with that.
D was a bird that we watched move up the line consistently, and that's Shirley Reardon's from South Australia, so that's a great result.
Absolutely.
In fifth place we have P. McElroy from North Queensland. Sixth was T, which was the Bates and Haddock from Victoria.
Good on him.
Good on
What
Bates.
Whose was S?
Results of Class 23, Spangle AOSV.
Scott Harris.
Cage I is first. Cage S is second. Cage B is third. Cage K is fourth. Cage U is fifth. Cage N is sixth. Cage E is seventh. Cage P is eighth. Cage G is ninth. Cage J is 10th. Cage R, 11th. Cage L is 12th. Cage C is 13th. Cage F is 14th. Cage O is 15th. Cage H is 16th. Cage Q is 17th. Cage D is 18th. Cage M is 19th. Cage A is 20th. Cage T is DQ'd flecking. I'll pass you on to Ian to comment.
That was a terrific class of birds to judge. The first one is fantastic head qualities, pure, there's no teching. He just got better as the day went on. He showed what he's got, and really impressive. A deep mast, everything in the head quality that you're looking for today. A really deserved winner. The second bloke, just a fantastic bird itself. Had terrific head qualities, wasn't clean, has a slightly bit of teching through him, lovely shouldered bird, stood off the perch, showed, good deportment, wing carriage was good. Couldn't really fault him, but he fronted up against it. Just a better bird on the day. B was a lovely hen, very stylish, has a bit of swank about herself, and feminine, and we're really impressed with her. She stood off the perch and showed her qualities, and a true credit to the breeder. Kay's a lovely bird in itself, probably lack a little bit in variety and a little bit of feather. has good length of body, shoulder, but just didn't quite have the feather of the first two. Thanks very much.
Okay, so congratulations to all the exhibitors there, and the comments from the judges pretty well depicted the order that they've placed them in. Now let's just slip over to the dominant pies, and a lot's happened. So the cages have been marked. So congratulations to the Holmes family.
They've done it.
They've won the class, and they've also gained entry into the Hall of Fame. And you can see why. He's a big, solid budgie. Yeah, just running through the Spangle AOSV results. Roy Blair first, Jeffrey Leong from Victoria second, Anthony Startsevich from New South Wales third, as was Steve Wyris from New South Wales, Joe Major from North Queensland, Derek Poole, chasing Roy home.
Yeah, it's that.
From Tasmania. Well done, Eric.
Well done.
Ali Hamadi from Victoria. Anyway, you can see on the board there in the live feed what's happened. What I want to do is put a microphone on the newest Hall of Fame member, Troy Holmes. Congratulations on the win in the dominant pied class. Before we start talking to you, I want to say the team scores are Victoria 502, New South Wales 450, South Queensland 376.
North Queensland 296, South Australia 295.
Yeah, but that's after the Spangle AOSV classes, so that'll move again. 267 for Western Australia and 227 for Tasmania. Well, Troy, how are you feeling?
Definitely a little relieved after that class.
Why are you relieved?
Well, I think making the Hall of Fame is, for Kelly and myself, is a very, very big deal. And,
I really have noticed the difference over the last couple of years in the Holmes bird, and I suspect it's the training that the budgies are receiving now compared to what they used to get.
It's definitely the ante's been lifted. We've been doing a lot more work on the training of the birds.
The results of Class 24 dominant pied. Cage C is first. Cage Q is second. Cage H is third. Cage D is fourth. Cage A is fifth. Cage T is sixth. Cage S is seventh. Cage J is eighth. Cage M is ninth. Cage I is 10th. Cage E, 11th. Cage K is 12th. Cage R is 13th. Cage N is 14th. Cage G is 15th. Cage O is 16th. Cage B is 17th. Cage U is 18th. Cage F, 19th. And the bird in cage L is DQ'd because of flights. I'll pass you over to Cedric to comment on this class.
The range in the Dom Pies were from really outstanding birds to average birds. The winner of the grey, the winner in the grey cock is an outstanding bird in this class. It grabbed our eyes straight away, and the more we looked at it, the better it got. It has excellent frontal release of a deep mouth and is significantly superior to the bird in cage Q, which is second. The second bird is also a fairly big jump down to the third bird. The third bird is a big spangled cock and superior to the fourth bird quite easily. The fourth bird is a nice cock, but not up to the same frontal rise of the other birds ahead of it. The fifth bird has a nice top, but not the size of the first four. It has nice lateral feathering, and really all of the top row are good quality birds. Thank you.
Stephen, I'm going to throw a few questions at Troy. But
the class being judged by Lynn and Ian is Class 25 Recessive Pides.
Oh, it's really...
And the next class to be judged by John and Cedric is Class 26 Australian Whitecaps.
I really look forward with anticipation to the dominant pie class. And I wasn't disappointed with what I saw today. What I saw today was an amazing bird, which Kelly and Troy own, prepared really well. But I look at the rest of the class because I don't want to dismiss the rest of the class. This was a good class of dominant pies. And even the 8th and 9th one caught my eye when they were running over them quickly. This is a really good, strong class of dominant pies.
Just quickly, if we can go to the list of the birds. So in the dominant pied class, we have the Holmes family, of course. We have Jeffrey Leong in second. And we look our way down. Names that I haven't seen up there for a long time. Shirley Reardon in fourth. There was a beautiful bird in 8th place from Bob Simpson from South Australia. Probably that bird would have got heavily smacked.
Absolutely.
Because of the head markings. But you work your way down. You know, there's a couple of names that I'm not even familiar with. Wayne Stephan from South Queensland. Jeff Voss, 2 birds in the top 20.
Good effort.
Really good. Yeah, and that idiot from Victoria disqualified.
Oh, what happened there?
Oh, well.
I don't want to go too much into the disqualified bird, but
No.
Shirley Reardon, blast in the past. She's come back.
Yep.
Full of gusto, smashing it.
Let's have a look at the scores after the dominant pie. And remember I said we would see some chopping and changing. So Victoria 524, New South Wales 459, South Queensland 385, South Australia 320, North Queensland 314, Western Australia 286, and Tasmania 230.
Coming home hard, coming home nicely, Tassie.
Okay. All right, so just before we run through the recessive pies, Troy, the origins of that dominant pie.
He's bred out of a light green dominant pied that I've done very well with. He was a bird that I bred, I think, 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago now. He's an absolutely outstanding budgie. Never managed to make it to the Nationals, but he has done really well for me last year. So that particular grey dominant pied, his sister was the cinnamon that won yesterday.
Yep. Right.
Same nest.
Nice,
what a strong family, hey?
Very much so.
So,
yeah,
very, very modern faces on them. Very handy bird. And when we had our recent judges visit to South Australia from Mr. Bader, that one definitely caught his eye, and he said that one's going to take a lot of beating at the Nationals. And he was right.
Oh, well, he's a good judge, so...
I wouldn't go that far, but what I will say is when I looked at that dominant pod, I saw a complete package. You know, I just thought to myself, you know, you look at the standard, you understand the standard of perfection, you read through it and you think to yourself, this bird's got some really good features, and he's a really good, solid package. Now, Greg Rowe started referring to himself yesterday as a Hoff, which is a Hall of Famer, might I add, Stephen. And he made it. He wouldn't even talk to me. He just fresh aired me. But you actually shook my hand straight away, so that was really nice. What does it mean to you and Kelly to now be in the Hall of Fame?
Look, to be honest, I started in budgies as a kid in 1987, and for me, it took 10 years off between 95 and 2005. But during that time, I mean, as a kid, I absolutely loved the hobby. We got around with guys like Kane Smolinas, who's still in it now, Hannah Hammett, you know, Hayden Ryan, these guys, and we'd be talking back then about getting these birds. I mean, the name Jack Tanner just struck fear into people in Victoria, you know, growing up, and Jack's in the Hall of Fame. And to be mentioned in the same breath as a guy like, you know, Jack Tanner, as a kid we drove up to Queensland and visited some pet shops, and a particular guy said to me, look, this is a breeder that I get my birds from, and organised me to go around and have a look, 16-year-old kid, and this guy had Henry George birds.
Yeah.
You know, and back then we didn't have aeroplanes taking birds, and we knew somebody, and we got the bird down to Brisbane Airport, to Brisbane Truck Terminal, and got this bird down to Sale in Gippsland by sitting on the passenger seat of a truck.
Unreal.
So that was for me, you know, these guys, Henry Georges and the Jack Tanners were my idols. And the truth is, you know, going through budgerigars now, guys like Gary Gazzard, I had an issue with budgies back in 2011 and had a couple of them pass away. And Gary picked my chin up and, you know, you see what these Hall of Fame guys do. They really lean back into the hobby. You know, they're really, a lot of them are judges, but a lot of them give so much back. You know, you look at a guy like Jeffrey Leong. Jeffrey keeps me real all the time. Last year we won one and we finished second in 3, and I thought that was fantastic. And Jeffrey said to me, actually, you were 3 birds away from 4 wins, and you need to work a little bit harder if you're serious about this. And
but he doesn't say it nasty. He doesn't
no,
say
not
it.
at all.
He's not being smart aleck
not
about
at all.
it.
So for the entire year, he's actually mentored me. He has made me send in photos of the birds. He's talked me through, this is when we need to start feeding them to get them to molt. This is when we need to do this. And just that camaraderie that is in budgies, you know, those human stories, it's incredible. So being able to be, you know, mentioned in the same breath now as some of those guys. Kelly and I still have a lot of winning to do yet. But to be into the Hall of Fame is just incredible. Just
well
incredible.
Done, mate. I know you are driven and you're really passionate and you give so much to our fancy. And some of what we're doing over this weekend, Stephen, and what you and I are doing right now, Troy's played a really big part in that. So your contribution outside of what you put on the show bench, in my mind, actually puts you into the Hall of Fame as well. So well done, mate. Great work.
Thank you, and thank you for all of your help this weekend. We joked yesterday, I had James help me with determining a spot on the cinnamon hen, which one to pull. And he may have swore at me when I made him choose, but he touched the bird, and we've joked ever since, because he did help me with the white cap a few years ago. It's the hand of God, Maradona. And again today, he's helped me here. So thank you very much for your assistance and everything you do for the hobby as well.
It's a privilege to help out, so I don't look at it as me giving you a chop out. I look at it as a privilege to actually assist some of our fellow exhibitors, fellow states. So again, mate, thank you very much. And it looks like I don't want to cut you off because you are a Hall of Famer, and I probably shouldn't be doing that, but we probably need to dive into these recessive pides.
Thank you both.
Well done, mate.
Okay, congratulations, Troy. The recessive pides are well and truly underway at the moment, so I'll quickly run through the owners of the birds that we see up on the bench. In Cage A, we had DNS Brooks from North Queensland, M&R Randall from Victoria in B. In C, we had Norm Watley. D, Chris Rogers from New South Wales. Norm Wheatley again in E. Holmes family in F. Norm Wheatley third time in G. Charles Worth family in H from Tasmania.
And in I, we have Jay Towler from North Queensland. In Cage J, we have Mick Mann from Victoria, previously won a recessive pie class a couple of years ago. K is Mario Capasso, well known for his recessives as well. In Cage L is the Buckingham family from Tasmania. M, Malcolm Loveridge from South Australia. N is G&L Ryan from South Queensland. O is Jay Lamberton from North Queensland. P is G&L Ryan again from South Queensland. Q, Tony Butt from New South Wales. R, the Buckingham family again from Tasmania. S, Trevor Broadbent from South Queensland. T, Holmes family from South Australia. And finally, U, M&R Randall from Victoria.
Right.
So Norm Wheatley won last year's national with the recessive pied class, I believe.
And got 3 in today.
Mick Mann won it 2 years ago.
There's some big names in here.
And
guys.
Mario has been well known. He's been a specialist recessive pied breeder from New South Wales.
Yeah, I mean, blast in the past, but I mean, there's some big names in here, and we've got another person, so we could end up with 3. And I think you might have mentioned this when I first got in here, Stephen. We could end up with 3 Hall of Famers this weekend.
If Norm Wheatley gets up.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Okay, well, when I had my little preview before the day...
What did you think, Tony?
a couple of birds stood out. G, F I thought was a lovely bird too. May get knocked a little bit for carrying a little bit too much in the markings. And E, there was a real standout. I think it is in U, but I believe it has a few flight problems.
Yeah, I think they might be a bit on the short side. So, Stephen, when you said variety, what are we talking about? Are we talking about that 10 to 15, 20% wing markings?
That's right.
Too much, not enough? Where is this bird
think,
at?
well, the bird that I mentioned, F, he's probably bordering on between 30 and 40% wing
and that's
markings.
A lot with a recessive pide, isn't it, really?
Yeah. Anyway, G's up there in first place at the moment.
So G is owned by Norm Wheatley, so that would be a fantastic outcome, wouldn't it?
Norm would be sitting out there at the moment.
So I think the hard part for us, and it's easy in the commentary box, I think, but we want the nice bloke to win. We, the guy that we think sentimentally really deserves it, but as a judge, you've got to put all that aside.
Well, you don't know that when you're up there judging. You don't know that.
Just have a look at the bird. It was a standout for me, as is one that probably will find itself DQ'd. But this was the bird that caught my eye.
Lovely clean cap.
Yeah, just a good, solid budgie.
That's a really good width and depth.
Can the team, bird carers go back to the holding room and get the AOSV class organised?
Oh, right. Okay, that's something that we're going to show a little bit later on.
Yeah, they've been out for a little while anyway, so I think we had them out yesterday. So it's the AOSV class, which at this particular event will include rainbows, saddlebacks, and the darkwings as well. So not all of us have seen those, and it'll be really good for the judges. But going back, Stephen, to G, I mean, there's some really nice backs going. N doesn't look half bad either, just quietly.
No, G's a big budgie. But can you see the difference between the two? The amount of budgies standing off the perch. I think that's the significant difference between currently first place and second place.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Right, second place has got beautiful wide shoulders. It's doing everything it can possibly do.
It's extremely well prepared, and it's in excellent condition. And that's not to say that the first
do you think it might be a cinnamon?
I think it's a cinnamon. I was just going to say the same thing. I think
cinnamon violet?
Cinnamon...
I think it's cinnamon violet. Yeah, you're right.
They are magnificent spots too.
Yeah.
Guys, they are really...
F, remember? Now I said F was a... Yeah, but the comment I had, F, just the markings are just a little bit heavy.
I'd agree with that. And I think you've probably been really generous with the 30-40% part. I think
it's a bit more than that, you think?
Might be a little bit more than that. But yeah, you're right. Look, it's... you've got to be up in front there. Mind you, Q. Stephen, talk to me about the markings on Q.
What markings?
Okay, so we're talking. What are we talking here? 3 to 5.
It's probably less than
10%.
Yeah.
So when you got a bird that's 30 and you got a bird that's at 5, how is the penalty the same, or what should we be thinking?
No. Obviously, the greater the amount of markings, the higher the penalty. But remember, it's only a portion of the points that you allocate if you judge the points.
Yep.
For me, more importantly than anything else, is you judge the budgie.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, at the end of the day, you still want best bird to win, and you apply a penalty accordingly.
Yeah, exactly.
With what is in front of you.
Yeah. Over to the... So you can see the judges, they're now looking at some of the birds down the bottom just to see if we need to bring something straight up.
So we haven't seen the white caps yet, but we do now. So I might run through them, Stephen. I've got them here.
Good.
So cage A is the Holmes family. Cage B is C. Thomas from Western Australia. So that was cage B. Cage C is Roy Blair from Tasmania. Cage D is Ali Hamadi from Victoria. Cage E is Vinceria from Victoria. Cage F is P&D Doherty from South Queensland. Cage G is J Major from North Queensland. Cage H is Andre Uze from New South Wales. Cage I is P McElroy from North Queensland. Cage J is Trevor Broadbent from South Queensland. Cage K is Steve Kilduff from South Queensland. Cage L, another one from Roy Blair from Tasmania. So he's done well this weekend. Cage M is C. Thomas from Western Australia. Cage N is John Barden from New South Wales. Cage O, J Major, North Queensland. Cage P, another one from C Thomas, so he's got 3 Whitecaps in from Western Australia. Cage Q is Susan Adams from South Queensland. Cage R is the Holmes family. Cage S is another one from Roy Blair. Cage T, Jim Baker from New South. And Cage U is M&R Randall from Victoria.
Before we go to your... I know you've had special access, Stephen. We've been through that all morning. But this is... Heath, this is a bit of rumble in the jungle for me. This is like Thriller in Manila. This is Ali versus Foreman. I mean, there are some excellent Whitecaps in here, and there's 2 or 3 that I've seen as a carer, and I think to myself, game on. You know, there's going to be some excellent birds in that top 3, 4, 5 birds. And Stephen, I'm looking forward to knowing some of your special birds that you've seen, having the special access that you do. And Heath, telling me whose those birds belong to.
So,
Okay. When I had a look this morning, there were 2 birds that really stood out, and they are D and R.
So D...
Now, the one problem I had with R is it was sitting at the bottom, right, and I could not see whether it was a whitecap or not because of the budgie that it is.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously it is, and it's a super bird. The contrast, I mean, visually puts it ahead, but we got to judge budgies, and so they were D and R. Other birds that I thought were really, really prominent was I, E, and Q.
Tell me, Heath.
So D and R. So D, is which is sitting there second now, is owned by Ali Humadi from Victoria, and R is owned by the Holmes family. Now...
aren't they having a show?
So speaking with, Troy and Kelly, I think they've got hopes for this one, but it's, they've had a weekend, haven't they?
It does capture your eye, though. Let's not kid ourselves.
Oh, it looks to be a really nice budgie.
Yeah,
it's a budgie.
Yeah.
So tell me about the other 3. Who do the other 3 belong to? That Stephen
I saw.
So I is owned by P. McElroy from North Queensland.
Mm-hmm.
E and Q.
E is Vince Aria from Victoria, and Q is Susan Adams from South Australia. So
U has been brought up.
So U
is now in second place.
So U is Malcolm and Rob Randall from Victoria.
I've actually seen this bird. This is a very, very good bird. It's got some really good modern day features. Condition might cost him a little bit today, though.
Yeah. When I looked at it, I saw him down there this morning, and I'm not allowed to touch the cages. I'm not allowed to move the birds. I can just look.
Yeah.
And when I looked...
And rightly so, too, might I add.
When I looked, he was laying right over the perch, and I thought, if that's how he normally sits, he will be penalised heavily for that. But you can see, he's a budgie.
This is, for me, this is Ali and Foreman. These 2 birds going at it, and for different reasons, and condition's going to cost him a little bit today. But if he turns it on and shows, anything's possible. And some of these other birds you mentioned too, Stephen. This is a really strong class today.
I know, unbelievable, isn't it, how far they've come in such a short period of time.
100%. I mean, they were an AOSV. They were an exhibition class not that long ago. And
4
all
or
of a
5
sudden,
years ago.
Yeah.
These are strong normals.
Yeah.
They are as strong as the normals. This is great to see. Great for our fancy and great for the exhibitors of these birds, the breeders. But he does capture your eye, doesn't he?
Oh, yeah, he does. And
if he wins another one, do we need to bring him back in the room? Surely not.
I think you get Kelly in.
There you go. Heath, you're on it. But, so what else have we got up here at the moment?
So I
we've
think...
got whitecaps and...
Yeah, so whitecaps are... and the recessive pides are being looked at there. So I think we've still got. I think that's still in first place is G. So they're still working their way through them. But G. So G, and I think just to go back to Friday night, Normie Wheatley got up and spoke on the couch on the perch, and he did talk about having a bird that he had hopes for that broke its tail a week ago. So
I don't mind then though.
He's it would be great for Norman. They're just shuffling second and third around. The second place bird is gone down to fourth. So currently it's G, F and Q are the three top places.
Geez, there's some action going on here, isn't there?
And actually the
Quite
second
fond
place
of them,
bird
though.
is the Holmes family.
Is it
in
really?
the recessive pide. So
I really do like Norm Weekly. Am I allowed to say that?
well, has there ever been a year where three Hall of Famers three exhibitors have gotten to Hall of Fame in 1 year?
I wouldn't have thought so. I wouldn't have thought so either. But three really great people. And listen, I do wish Norm all the best, but I mean, this is not about those individuals right now. This is really about the birds that we're looking at. And I mean, Anne looks really smart. Heath, first place bird's got that really lovely feather texture, that directional feather, that cap. Anything's possible still, though.
So it looks like they're topping and tailing.
Yeah, they are. But the top row's not done. They've still got to come back up, don't they?
Yeah.
There's some pretty good recessive pides in here, though, isn't there?
Look, I think the days are gone where you say recessive pides, they're a lesser variety. Lacewings, they're fellows or lesser variety. They're all just good exhibition budgerigars. And that shows to me the strength of the hobby at the highest level.
I think so, Stephen, but I think what it also shows is a commitment from our breeders to bring up those what were regarded as lesser variety birds once upon a time. I think that's a massive investment sometimes for these. And when I talk investment, it's not money, it's time and effort.
Time, yeah.
And birds.
And
because it tastes good normal. I wasn't going to use the word wastage, but when we say wastage, though, guys, it's really about when you're breeding crests or recessive pides, and sometimes those splits that you get, you're like, what am I going to do with these? Like, I can't do anything else with them outside of trying to put them back into my recessives or my crests or fallows. So it's an investment.
I have nothing but admiration for anyone working with recessive varieties.
Absolutely.
It is twice as hard to bring them up to the standard as it is a normal variety.
Absolutely.
Okay, so
here we go.
Flipping back to the white caps.
D does look like a really good representation of the variety, doesn't it?
Does stand out really well off the perch.
Is it a sky, though, or is it a cobalt?
I think it's a dark factor. I think it's got some dark factor in it, and difficult to tell from the pictures we've got. But
it is a bit.
And you.
I haven't seen you on the perch yet, so I really can't comment.
That's a shame. Yeah, that is a shame. I'm sure it'll get up there.
Likewise, I haven't seen the bird first place on the perch. Yeah, but it has a sensational top end. And that's all I can talk about at this point in time.
But this is not surprising late in the third session to have birds that are giving us a bit of trouble to get back up on the perch. Right. You know, it's not out of the order. It's not unexpected.
This might be one that Kelly didn't have a lot to do with.
You reckon this is more Troy training? I reckon Kelly's probably prepped the bird because it is in pretty good nick.
Yeah.
Yeah, hang on.
Here we go.
Hello. Stand up.
Oh, and Hughes decided to punch on as well. Look at this.
Now you can see.
He's pretty special budgie.
He's a strong budgie, isn't he?
Yeah. I think we all agree. It's pretty hard to roll.
It is. No. Yeah. It is a really nice bird. It's that intensity of yellow in that mask too. When you look at a white
there,
cap.
you can in that light you can see the enormous contrast between yellow and white.
Yeah.
Down when I looked, it just looked a solid colour.
Yep.
Okay, I still haven't seen you up on the perch yet.
He did get up there for a little bit, but unfortunately he's jumped straight back down. So it would be really nice to see them both up there. But the contrast between cap and mask is actually really good on that Spangle, though, isn't it?
It's a good representation of the variety.
And when you think as well, it's a Spangle cinnamon as well, so it's still actually pretty smart. And not that there should be any excuses, but it seems to be a pretty good representation of the variety. So they haven't rotated them. I don't think there's been a rotation done yet. So they're really still really early in this class, are they?
I think the problem is you're seeing so many different varieties in the one class that you just have to take your time to sort through.
You do.
And make sure that you're making the right decisions.
Absolutely. Yep. Okay, so let's see what they still looks like. They're spending some time on that bottom row as well. So I'm sure they'll do a rotation soon. Sitting there nice, and it's doing everything it needs to be doing right now.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard to beat.
It is going to be hard to beat, but I think if they can get UR, it's probably if they can get you up, it does have some body strength and some really good feather texture. So it would be good to get it up there. It's got a really nice face. And D's still not without a chance as well. So there's a bit of work still to be done here, bit to play out. Do we know where the states are currently sitting? Have we been through that after the last class?
No, we have. Yeah.
So there we have it on the screen now, the point score between states. So Victoria on 524, New South Wales on 459, South Queensland on 385. So I think those three positions are probably settled. And then South Queensland, still only 6 points between South Queensland and South Australia and North Queensland. And Western Australia, 286, and Tasmania on 230. So I think there's still an opportunity between South Australia and North Queensland to shuffle a spot.
No, I agree. We will go to an ad soon, but I would love to know what Western Australia's highest score is, because at the moment they are travelling really well. They're doing a good job.
Doing a great job.
NCA Custom Cages delivers high-end enclosures built for serious bird breeders. Designed and fabricated on the Sunshine Coast, our cages are made to last with solid welds, smooth finishes and premium materials. Easy to clean and highly functional. Our cages are crafted for strength, simplicity and daily ease of use. NCA Custom Cages, for quality that speaks for itself. Contact us now.
And just while we're on our sponsors, and without them we don't have this show. We have to thank Hunter Valley Budgery Society for the rosettes for the dominant pides, James Bader and Rod Turnbull for the Spangle AOSV, thanks guys, and the Recessive pides, M&R Randall. Without you, we don't have as great an event as we have.
Those contributions are nice from all of the people who sponsor those rosettes, but being a tradesperson, those NCA custom cages, they are amazing. They are so well built.
Yesterday I said I believe they are the best cages made in Australia.
They're so impressive.
So much detail, so much perfection in what they deliver. The slide, there's not even a grain of sea could get down the side of the slides, and yet they just move in and out beautifully.
Stephen, there are tradespeople and we build things, but then sometimes you come across something that is that well built.
And
it's like, what is the difference between that and art?
You call them a craftsman.
Yeah.
That's absolutely spot on, and that is exactly what that is. And our best breeders are using those cages,
and
Heath.
Josh, who is the owner of NCA and really pushed it. He's really engaged in the hobby as well, and trying to really build a high quality product.
He had a bird finish in the top 5 yesterday.
Yep.
So not only does he make fantastic cages, he breeds good budgies.
Yep.
But he's also doing something for us, because he's helping us enhance our hobby and make it easier for some of our breeders to stay in this fancy for a lot greater time.
I spoke
a longer period of time.
I spoke to Peter Thurn this morning. We were talking about NCA cages. And I said, how many of them have you got? He said, 4. And I said, and how many average have you got? And he goes, none.
No. Ray Slade's the same. He's got 3 of them, I think. Troy Holmes, I think he might have 8 of them.
I think Troy's good. Yeah.
All right. How are we travelling here, guys?
Well, we're now putting the bottom of the top row birds back to the top on the stand. They've had their little rest down the bottom. We've looked at all the other birds, and so they're just reverting back to the originals. Interesting, there's some good quality birds in the second row. These are handy looking budgies, stands very strongly off the perch.
Jeez, where is N actually sitting, guys? Is N sitting
about fourth?
Fourth, I think, at the moment. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, fourth.
Oh, you're just, you know what's got you in there? Spots.
Spots. I do like the body shape as well.
Yeah. Beautiful
I think
silhouette shape all the way through.
I think the first one is the first one. I actually think G's a pretty powerful budgie. But I do like the body shape of N, I'm not going to lie. And I do love the spots. Again, I do like that kind of thing.
Has that impact, doesn't it? Really strong impact.
It does have
for the
impact.
spots.
And N might not be as big as the second and third bird, but it does have that body shape that Stephen just mentioned as well.
Yeah.
So
you know, that's the bottom line. That's the standard that we've got to breed to.
Yeah.
You know, that flow from the sear over the top of the head, down through the back, through the wings, all the way through to the tail. It should be just one gentle sweeping line.
Yeah.
With no
pretty
breaks.
Clear. Yep. I mean, Al's a bit hurt with variety, isn't it, really? I mean, it's as far as variety goes, there's a bit probably too much happening there as well.
And certainly I think what you'll find is a lot of the birds on the second row. Have a look at S, for instance.
Yeah.
Right? It's got modern features, but, you know, huge.
Probably a bit too much marking on the wing.
Markings. And once again, we talk about that silhouette shape. There's a break in the wings.
Is there a yellow face there? I think just behind S. Not 100% sure if that's a yellow face or just the light playing tricks on me, but yellow face in recessive pides does really hurt it, doesn't it?
Does.
As much as they are really appealing to the eye, it does hurt the variety.
They're quite an attractive bird, aren't they?
They are very attractive, but it does hurt the bird.
Yeah, it does.
The bird from an exhibition point of view.
So they're making a move here at the moment. They're shuffling a couple around. Jay
actually fills the cage.
Jay has jumped up a couple of spots.
It actually fills the cage.
And the owner of the bird, Jay, is M. Mann from Victoria.
Mick Mann.
Well done.
Yeah, well done, Mick. So Mick...
he knows how to breed a recessive.
He knows how to breed a recessive.
He does fill that cage, guys.
But you have a look. It has the right amount of markings, doesn't it?
That is very close to where we want it to be.
Yeah.
And again, spots. I do like spots.
Has
especially big spots.
Modern directional feather.
Yeah, that helps. Bit of mask, bit of shoulder.
The only thing it probably lacks, right, is the length of feather on the top. And I've always maintained that that's relative to the length of mask. If the mask was a little bit deeper on that bird, then I know for sure that the cap feather would be longer.
He's on the right track, though, isn't he, really? He's well on the way.
Well, he's...
What a budgie.
Yeah.
Probably one of the best variety birds in the class when I look at
Yeah, I'd
him.
probably go with that too. Geez, his first bird's a pretty special budgie, isn't he? Who's his G? Remind me.
Well, we don't have to.
Norm Wheatley.
Norm's out there, you know.
He'll be beside himself.
He's hard to be pumping, and of course, it's not just the win here today; it's entry into the Hall of Fame.
And he's another, you know, been around for a while, Norm. I think he talked the other night about breeding budgies for a lot of years, and I know he talked about the support, you know, from his family to breed, his wife. You know, he mentioned, yeah. So, you know, it's a great...
I've never met his wife. I mean...
No.
Well, I think she's here this weekend, which would be
Fantastic.
great.
That would be amazing for him.
And, you know, he did talk a lot about that, you know, family support when he's away on the road.
He actually acknowledges that she plays a really, really big part in him being able to actually breed, exhibit his birds and give what he does to the fancy.
Yeah, so fingers crossed, I guess it, you know, stays the way it is for Norm.
Sometimes there's that emotional connection to when we're watching
Oh,
birds
that's
get
just
judged, and we want to see people who really we think deserve it. But at the end of the day, the birds are the ones who deserve
No,
it.
correct, and we can't influence the outcome, but I think it's a story that goes with it. The same as yesterday with Greg Rowe, you know, the Rowe brothers, right? Done a lot of work, been a big contributor to the hobby in Victoria. Finally get that last one to get them into the Hall of Fame. And his connections are with his brothers, different. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Second's a big, strong bird, though, isn't it?
Oh, it is. It's a good budgie.
Again, spot impact.
Yeah, as I said, the one thing that will hold that back is the markings.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that. Yeah, definitely. As much as I would like to, you can't dodge that bullet.
No.
It is what it is, yeah? But then I don't think Q, even though Q is probably The markings are better, Stephen. I don't think it's got the top end that's going to knock over the second bird.
I think you can see the difference between that, that feature on those two birds there.
It's probably just not going to have the top end to pivot. It probably doesn't have the depth of mast. And obviously, the top end's probably a bit lacking too. It's an excellent variety bird. There's no dodging that, and there's a bit of size about it. But I think the second bird is just probably going to have a little bit too much over it. Directional feather, height above the eye.
I think you look at the
skull.
F and Q, and from a variety point of view, one's probably too much, and one's probably on the lighter side of the scale as well, isn't it? Almost, if you were to.
Well, that's Stephen's point, wasn't it?
Well, you got to balance that out.
Okay, well, here we go.
Here we go.
Whitecaps. First place is R. Now we know who that is. That's the Holmes family.
How many Logies is that for the weekend?
I think that might be number 4.
4 it is.
Please don't tell
Grey
me
greens, cinnamons,
dominant
pides, and now Whitecaps.
There's one other person I know that's won 4 in a weekend in recent times, and that was Race Load. So now I'm going to have these two guys spruiking about that, Yeah.
Well, 4 very strong classes too.
Absolutely.
Varieties strong.
Absolutely.
In second place we have U, which is M&R Randall from Victoria. And I must say, beautiful top end. I haven't seen him.
I understand that. I've been fortunate enough to judge this bird a couple of times, and I've also seen it as a carer, and it is an excellent bird. It is an excellent bird. It is a powerful bird. It's got lovely feather texture. It's got all the bits and pieces you want in the modern day bird.
I just interrupt. We've just had the important part of the Holmes family partnership. Sit down, Kelly Schofield. How are you?
Hi, good, thank you. How are you?
Great. I can see your influence on the birds. Have a look. It's not moving.
Yeah, it took a little while for the bird to get up there, but that looks good at the moment.
Yeah, congratulations.
Thank
4
you.
wins this weekend.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's above expectation.
Yeah, absolutely. We knew we had
a couple of good ones.
Yeah. We thought the whitecap would do well, but, well...
The dominant pie, the grey green, the cinnamon.
Yeah.
So
yep, no, we're pretty.
I think that's justice for the amount of work and effort that you as a family put into not only your birds, but into the hobby as a whole.
Yeah, yep. And, I just like to actually say, when you say family, it's not just Troy and I. So it's Troy's parents, it's
that's right.
My parents.
That's right. Sitting at home working, feeding the birds today.
Yeah, that's right.
Are the other members that keep it all ticking over.
Yeah, so we're very blessed.
And that's why it's the Holmes family. It's not just Troy Holmes.
It's fantastic, isn't it, Holmes family? And Kelly, I know you take a lot of pride in what you do with these birds and the amount of effort that you put into them. And Troy does an amazing amount as well, and even outside of the bird room and what he gives to the fancy. But talk to us about this particular bird, because I know you are very passionate about this whitecap.
Yeah.
I've been to your house, and you are very passionate about some of the varieties that you breed, but you were super excited about this whitecap.
Yeah. Well, Troy and I knew it was good, and we kind of didn't really look at it too much up until the last couple of months. And then when you came to the place, James, you pointed it out, and I said to Troy, I told you that whitecap was good.
Yeah,
that whitecap was good. And I've been working on it since pretty much the day that you were there, because I was like, well, James Bader says it's good. So we, put a lot of work into all of our birds, but...
And it mattered today.
Yeah.
Stephen and I were talking about this earlier. When it gets to crunch time, and it got to crunch time today, and, the birds have had a long weekend. Mm-hmm. You guys have invested a lot into them, and, it did the right thing at the right time. And well done. Congratulations to you. But, really, you could see that 10, 15, 20 seconds, and it nailed it.
Yeah. No, we're very happy. Very happy. Thank you.
Stephen, how important was that last, 30 seconds, that 1 or 2 minutes that it got up there and did what it needed to do?
As soon as it's up on the perch, you go, wow, okay, it wins.
Yep.
And that makes a difference. The showmanship is a very integral part of what we see at this level.
All right, looks like we've got some stuff happening here, Kelly.
Oh, my goodness. Okay, this has come out of the clouds. I don't know how many places. Jay. Right, okay.
Geez, still looking pretty good. Jay, What's happened here, Stephen?
I'm not sure.
Where was it sitting?
Third. Oh, no. I really feel for the owner of G.
Oh, we've all lived it though, Stephen.
Yeah,
I mean, even Kelly here's been in first position and it does move. It does happen.
Yeah, it does.
What I can't explain is it happening at the very last minute.
Yeah. It's tough. You know, winning nationals is not easy, and it looks like Jay may actually be marked. So who's actually is that?
Jay, M. Man from Victoria.
Oh, well done. Good on him.
Mick. Yep. He'd be a very happy man. I don't know if he's here this weekend, but...
no, I'm not sure.
Commiserations to Norm Wheatley.
What's
second
happened here, Stephen? We've actually stopped marking cages. Well, while we're waiting for that, Kelly?
Oh, yeah, I understand what they've done.
Okay. Talk to us. Okay. Taking the first place bird on the bottom row.
They haven't replaced them. They're just putting them back in the right order.
Results of Class 26, Australian Whitecap. Cage R is first. Cage U is second. Cage D is third. Cage T is fourth. Cage E is fifth. Cage N is sixth. Cage G is seventh. Cage F is eighth. Cage B is ninth. Cage J is 10th. Cage I is 11th. Cage O is 12th. Cage A is 13th. Cage Q is 14th. Cage L is 15th. Cage M is 16th. Cage H is 17th. Cage S is 18th. Cage K is 19th. Cages C and P are DQ'd. I'll pass you on to John to comment on this class.
Okay, the Whitecaps, they're part of the colour series, but we need to judge them according to the variety that the Whitecap sits upon. Just looking across the class, they seem to be dominated by the normals today. The first bird is a Spangle cinnamon grey Whitecap with the top that we want to see around the world. A lot of lateral feather, deep mast, beautiful budgerigar. Great direction for them. Second bird in cage U, that's a normal, big bird, nice frontal rise. The bird in front just had a far superior cap today. The bird in cage D, another nice, big, normal, lovely frontal, well balanced. Just the bird in front just had a slightly superior cap. The bird in T, another normal, lateral feather, good outline. The bird in front just had more frontal rise. Bird in E, nice height above the eye, lateral feather, another very nice normal. Now one of the DQ birds was very unlucky. We found the tail in the bottom of the cage. Thank you.
So, Kelly, do you want to stay here with us, or do you want to quickly get out of here and go and celebrate with the rest of the people?
Okay, well, congratulations once again. And, still not over. There's still a couple more classes to go, and I'm sure the Holmes family have got
a nice,
some more.
Nice hen, I think.
Yeah.
Well, good luck.
We'll see.
Well done, Kelly.
Thank you so
Great
much.
work.
Bye.
Thank you for everything you do.
Okay, I think we're going to hear from
I think they've been
Dave
marked.
now.
Yep.
Results of Class 25, Recessive Pide. Cage J is first. Cage G is second. Cage F is third. Cage Q is fourth. Cage T is fifth. Cage N is sixth. Cage E is seventh. Cage K is eighth. Cage M is ninth. Cage L is 10th. Cage I is 11th. Cage C is 12th. Cage B is 13th. Cage R is 14th. Cage P is 15th. Cage D is 16th. Cage S is 17th. Cage H is 18th. Cage O is 19th. Cage A is 20. And Cage U is DQ'd. I'll pass you over to Ian to comment.
Yeah, it took a fair look to have a look at these Danish. We had a mixture of really modern birds without variety, and we had variety birds. So we ended up going with the variety bird with quite a modern face, really. It come from near last to win there. The second and third bird, really strong in modern type of bird, but lacked variety, and that's why they were back there. And the first bird was a variety bird, but lacked modern features. But it was quite a task just to sort through these birds, balancing up the type with 60% and 40 for variety. But that's how we ended up with J. And credit to all those breeders that they're really coming on. Thank you.
Alrighty, Heafy, what have we got here, mate?
So the Whitecaps, Holmes family winner from South Australia. M&R Randall, second, and also from Victoria is Ali Hamadi.
The class that is being benched now is Class 28, the hens, and that will be done by John and Cedric.
So the fourth in the Whitecaps was Jim Baker. Fifth is Vince Aurea from Victoria. Sixth is John Barden from New South. Seventh is Jay Major from North Queensland. Eighth is P&D Doherty from South Queensland. Ninth, C. Thomas from Western Australia. 10th, rounding out the top 10 is Trevor Broadbent from South Queensland.
So, and in 11th place, we have P. McElvoy from North Queensland, Jay Major, North Queensland, Holmes family in 13th, Sue Adams from South Australia in 14th, Roy Blair 15th, 16th C. Thomas, Andre Uze from New South Wales is 17th, Roy Blair is 18th, Stephen Kilduff from South Queensland 19th, and the last two were DQ'd. Here's the scores. 549 Victoria, New South Wales 480, South Queensland 399, South Australia skipped ahead by 10 points at this stage, 338, North Queensland 328, Western Australia 295 and Tasmania 234.
So Recessive Pide, the winner, Mick Mann from Victoria. So that's his second win in the Recessive Pide class in 2 or 3 years. I think he won it a couple of years ago. So well done to
class
Mick.
Being benched now is Class 27, the Crest, and at the conclusion of the judging of these two classes, that will actually be the end of the judging for the day.
So second in the Recessive Pide class was Norm Wheatley.
And I do know how Norm feels finishing second.
The auction starts at 1:30, I believe.
So, yeah, just back to second was Norm Wheatley. So the winners of the last two Recessive Pide classes have been 1 and 2 again
This
today.
year.
So
Again?
yeah, so great effort. Holmes family in third, Tony Butt fourth from New South, Holmes family again in fifth, G&L Ryan from South Queensland in sixth, Norm Wheatley again, so really strong recessive pride breeder. Norm, he's got a seventh as well.
2 in the top 10.
Yeah, 2 in the top 10. And then Mario Capasso, 8th, and Malcolm Loveridge, 9th. Buckingham family, 10th.
Good effort. And in 11th, we got Jay Towler. And then 12th, Norm Wheatley again, so a really good effort. 13th, M&R Randall. 14th, Buckingham family. 15th, G&L Ryan. 16th, C.
Just a reminder,
Rogers.
for those who want to bid in the auction and haven't registered as yet, make sure you go and get your bidding card and register outside the doors as you enter the auditorium.
17th, Trevor Broadbent. Now, I think
If you
Trevor
don't have
had
a bidding card and have not registered, you will not be allowed to bid.
Now, I think Trevor had a bird in the Whitecaps as well, if memory
think he
serves
did,
me
yeah.
right.
Yep.
18th, Charlesworth family. Catherine doing an amazing job this weekend. Her contribution's been amazing.
Yep.
So, and it rounds out with the 19th, Jay Lamberton, 20th, DNS Brooks. But tough class of recessive pides, but congratulations to the winner and
Commiserations.
to Norm. I mean, I really feel for him, and I do know what it's like to finish second, but when you're really hanging to get that 7th, Logie, to get into the Hall of Fame, it would break your heart.
Yeah.
But
Anyway.
a great budgie.
Yeah. Okay, so the zone scores, these are the ones that matter. 567 Victoria, New South Wales, and that's only 2 classes to go. New South Wales 498, South Queensland 410, South Australia have jumped significantly ahead of North Queensland 360, North Queensland 334, Western Australia 316, and Tasmania 243.
You would think that they are sort of locked in.
You reckon? So, the auction, we're having the auction later today.
1:30.
And where's the best place for us to see that? Can we just stay on here, or what do we do?
No, I think we need to go to the YouTube channel, don't we?
There'll be a new link for the auction dedicated for that solely. So if you think you're going to stay on this link to watch the auction, you'll need to get out and go into a new link via the YouTube channel.
Okay, cool. All right.
So here we have the hens. This is the sort of
this is one of the premier classes. So I'll just run through the birds that we see in front of us. Cage A, we have Jeffrey Leon from Victoria. Cage B, we have Peter Thurn from Victoria. C is M&D Geary in Western Australia. D is Gary Gazzard, New South Wales. D Wales is E. G Hibberd from South Queensland is in F. G is the Holmes family. H is Norm Wheatley from Western Australia. M&S Evans from North Queensland in I. Andrew Johnson from Tasmania, that's not a name I've heard this weekend, in J. Bob Calburn, New South Wales, another new name for me. In K, Shirley Reardon. In L, Pete Thompson in M from North Queensland. Roy Blair, we know is from Tasmania, he's in in N. Henry George from South Queensland.
Ooh,
now, I haven't heard that name all weekend.
Yep.
So I must shout out to Henry George. I hope you're feeling well. And glad to see you've got a bird here in cage O. John Spicer from New South Wales in P. Ian Hunter from Victoria in Q. B&D Card from South Queensland in S. And Roy Blair has T from Tasmania. And M&D Geary in U. So that's the hens class at this point in time.
So, Heafy, when it comes to winning a Logie, I think some of our big-time breeders, this is the pinnacle one. This is the one they're chasing.
I think I think they've picked a bird there. I think it was G. They've moved it sort of up to the front straight away. I think it went. I think they walked along and they've grabbed it and put it straight up the front. So who owns G?
G is from South Australia.
Okay.
I mean,
Holmes family.
It usually it's made up of the strongest hens from all the states and zones. So 3 from each of those. It is always on the last day. It is close to the last session. It's what wraps up the whole event. It looks pretty strong, doesn't it?
Yeah. As we were reading them out and seeing them now, I think predominantly Cinnamons is represented strongly in this class. So cinnamon hens seem to be the first, a large portion of them in there.
So, Tony, Moe, what were your special birds? Which ones did you see?
Well, I actually saw an outstanding bird, right? And C is certainly in my top couple. I saw a bird that I looked at it and I had to look again and look again. It's actually a grey-green hen, super big, strong hen, that cere colour was a little bit variable.
Yep.
So I'm not sure how the judges will cope with that, but I thought that was the most outstanding bird in the class.
Again, and I suppose being a carer, you get certain privileges, and I've seen that bird, and I think what throws you a little bit with that bird is when it comes to feather condition, it's actually in excellent feather condition.
Yeah.
But the cere colour is going to, it's going to cost a little bit today.
Yeah.
It's not nowhere near brown, but...
No, I think that's the bird in S that I'm talking about. I saw a really nice grey opaline hen.
Yep.
In L.
Whose is that? Sorry to throw you off.
Shirley Reardon from South Australia.
Well, hasn't she put some strong birds on the bench of late, and definitely at this event?
But other birds that impressed me was C and Q.
So C, I think, is currently, they've got in the top 3, I think, at the moment.
I just saw Q. Q looks pretty good, doesn't it?
Yeah. Anyway,
and
it's a bit of a lottery, really. The hens class.
Because it's such a strong class.
Yeah, you go right down to,
Absolutely.
15th, 16th are real good budgies.
And it makes it really hard because they are hens and they can play up a little bit. It is the last class of the whole weekend. That 2-3 minutes we spoke about before, when it gets to the pointy end and what you've invested as a breeder may actually come to the fore now. Is there a couple of nice cinnamons there, Heafy?
Oh, they're lovely.
C does stand out a bit, doesn't it?
See, M&D Gearing from Western Australia. She's a lovely hen.
Which one was Gearing's?
Cage C.
Cage C.
Currently second. I haven't seen the bird in front up on the perch yet.
It looks like it's been really well spotted as well. It looks like it's in excellent condition, doesn't it? They've done a good job. The carers, overall, from what I've seen, have done an excellent job over the whole weekend. It's a tough gig.
Okay.
What variety is cheese? It's a little bit hard.
Well, it's a cinnamon spangle, isn't it?
Yeah.
Spangle opaline cinnamon or spangle cinnamon?
Wow.
A little bit hard from here, isn't it?
The one thing I'd like to do is I'd like to see C with its tail.
Drop its tail below, 100%.
So we can see the outline.
Yep.
At the moment, it's laying its tail across the perch and body.
On G, we've got a break in the outline. That's my only concern. But what a super hen.
It is, and I think we need to... I think just simply getting the bird to go from one perch to the other may actually get that bird to tighten up, and let's have a look what it's really got to offer. That's cage G. Cage C, we knew the tail does need to come below that perch, and I'm sure they will.
Yeah, and likewise, B needs to be moved. It's got its feathers a little bit unruffled at the moment.
Yeah.
So you do, as a judge, you do have to work the birds. You can't just look at them and say, "Oh well, you win." No. You've got to get them. You've got to turn them around. You've got to make sure that they have the right amount of feathers required in the wing.
So they're quite settled, aren't they, here at the moment, the birds?
Surprisingly, these 3 are. There is an opportunity here to really work these birds a bit and see what they've got.
I think maybe while they are settled, they are taking their time to work through them, because other classes we've seen...
So Johnny knows he needs to work it a little bit too, yeah? They're doing the right things.
I hope we get to see the birding that I thought was an outstanding hen. That has the different coloured cere.
It's just it's not quite brown, that's for sure. But I actually saw on the bottom row there, I think it looked like a cobalt. That actually looked quite smart. I'll be looking forward to seeing that.
Definitely dark factor, wasn't it?
It was dark factor. It looked all right. I would look forward to seeing that. Unfortunately, I think might have a bit of a. I think it's had a bit of a bleed around the eye, and I think the carers have probably done the best they can. But I think that it's probably going to cost a little bit today.
So
that was cage A. They're looking at cage B at the moment.
I think they just need to move it to get those flights to settle.
Yeah, I agree.
A is a lovely hen. She's not big.
No.
But so well put together, such a modern face.
Soft feather.
Yeah. Nice depth of mask.
Yep.
But she's not big.
No, but I don't necessarily know if she needs to be, Stephen. I mean, yes, they are exhibition birds, but she doesn't need to be a monster. We want them to be really good, stylish hens. That,
So there's
as per our
D.
standard.
There's D, Stephen. Is that
No, that's not the one. That's D is Gary Gazzard's bird.
Okay, so they're making a move here.
Yeah.
Moving it.
I saw a lovely bird of Gary Gazzard's in the green class, which finished 5th.
Excellent bird.
Yeah.
Excellent bird. I really, you can't help but admire that. Really nice bird.
So we've had B drop down, and I think what you'll find is those feathers just aren't sitting flat and smooth in the wing, which spoils
Just
the
for your
outline.
information, there is expressions of interest forms outside the door there. This is for the national show next year, which is going to be held at Southport. The Sharks AFL Football Club and Events Centre, and there's also a accommodation at the Mantra Hotel, which is next door. So it is a massive complex, the Events Centre, and also the Sharks Football Club. Now, one thing I found about the Sharks Football Club, if you love a malted milk or a milkshake, that is the best place for a milkshake. I haven't had one like that for about 50 odd years when we were young kids and going to the milk bar. It is beautiful, and the sandwiches, but the food's is tops. But the venue is an excellent venue. So don't forget to get your expression of interest forms.
Now we've moved over to the Crest, so
So whilst so I might go through the cage numbers and the exhibitor numbers for the crested class. So A is M Walker from North Queensland. C is the Holmes family from South Australia. D is M Walker from North Queensland again. E is M Howe from Western Australia. F is Paul Bayliss from New South Wales. G is Kenny Brown from Victoria. H is N Kerr from Western Australia. I is the Shaw family from South Queensland. J is the Holmes family from South Australia. K is Ali Hamadi from Victoria. L is D Wales from North Queensland. M, the Holmes family again from South Australia. N is Keevers and Hoskinson from South Queensland. O is Craig Gearing from New South Wales. Q, Mark Wilton from New South Wales. R, S&D Walkley from Tasmania. S, the Boll family from South Queensland. T is M Rowe from Western Australia. And U is Ali Hamadi from Victoria.
Okay, now, do you want my comments on the birds that I saw and that I liked?
Come on, Tony, fire away, mate. Give it to me, Tony Gregg.
Okay, in the Crest, 3 birds that stood out for me were N, R, and U.
Okay, so I can see N and R. I can't remember seeing you. So who do they belong to, Heafy?
So N is Keevers and Hoskinson from South Queensland.
Okay.
R, I think was the other name. What was the other one?
Yeah, R and U.
R and U. So R is S&D Walkley from Tasmania, and U is Ali Hamadi from Victoria.
All right. Looks like they've definitely got cracking as well. Now, how important, Stephen, we talk about the Crest full circular, half circular, tuft. How important is that now? What do we actually? What's the real desire?
The desire is exactly what we're seeing in
That
first
is a quality
place.
bird, isn't it?
Full circle. We're not talking about the budget at the moment. Just have a look at the Crest. That's exactly what we want to see.
That is a sweet crest too, might I add.
It's a good budgie. It stood out for me, but you have to look at other birds. There are other birds in there. We have birds that have 2 crests.
I was going to ask, what is this an issue for us, having a multiple crest?
So. I think the aim ultimately is to have this bird that's in cage N. 1 crest, perfectly centred, right? The feathers evenly distributed around the face.
So how easy is this to get? Because I haven't got them. Right?
Well,
how easy is it to put on?
Look, because of where we come from using tufts and all that sort of thing, it's not that easy, right? But in time with selective breeding, where you put good crest to non-crested or crest-bred birds, eventually you will only get good crest. But it takes time. And the evolution of that is just over selective breeding.
So when you say time, what are we talking? 2 years, 3 years? What are we talking?
3 to 5 years, I would say.
Yeah, I reckon you've got to make a major investment.
Have a look there, G. Another one, beautiful crest.
G is Kenny Brown from Victoria.
Okay.
The people that breed these, a lot of the times, I look back 10 years ago and I think back now, I'm like, geez, I did see your name on this, and I saw your name on this sheet 10 years ago. These people invest their life, like they do in other varieties as well.
Yeah.
It's a long-term process.
Interesting, I remember having a good long chat with probably the person who we would consider as the best crest breeder we've had so far in Australia, in Bruce Shepherd. And Bruce used to say, these things cost me my best budgies. I go, what do you mean? He said, for me to improve these and get size into them, he said, I've had to put my best budgies into them. So there's a high price to pay to improve such a variety.
It's a massive commitment. And you could, like you said, you think about those people, you think about that investment, it's like they are great budgie breeders, aren't they? They give as well. So
you can see now as we're moving down the line with our cameraman, the different types of crests that we see. I has only got half a crest to one side of the head. These are ultimately, and at the moment you can still show them. It's not a problem.
No.
But the preference at this point in time is that full single circular crest.
And we talk about people who have passion for a variety, and he's won a Logie today, Roy Blair.
Yeah.
His passion for the crest is nearly unparalleled.
Very much
amazing.
So. I don't know. Has Roy got a crest?
I don't think he has.
He hasn't. No,
Roy, lift your game. Just because you want to win with Spangles, pop. Anyway.
Tough variety, though.
Yeah.
Tough variety.
And it's very hard to get size into them for whatever reason. If you have a look, there's not that super, super duper massive body structure out there that we're used to seeing in the other classes.
But they have come a really, really long way.
I like the cinnamon grey-green.
Yep.
In R?
R was one of my top picks.
S&D Walkley.
Yeah, that was one of my top picks.
N?
Oh, that was the one I thought would win.
Yeah.
So Keevers and Hoskinson, so they won a Logie last year, a national last year with the fallow, I believe.
Yeah. I thought N and R were the two standout birds in the class.
Is it? You've seen the birds. What variety? We're looking at the crest, but what other varieties are actually in this bird?
Oh, look. Do you know what I think is going to be a stunning looking bird? Is a dark factor white cap.
Yeah,
if you've got a perfect white crest, the yellow in a dark factor form.
And then a white crest.
Yeah, I don't think it really matters at this point in time. But if I had to choose a combination, I would say I would like to see that, a violet white cap with a full circular crest, with only the crest being white.
Yeah, no. I think there's something there. I'd probably throw a curveball and put the melanistic in there.
So we've gone back
as well.
to the hens.
Oh,
and
jeez.
Not much has changed, I don't think.
Nah, so G's still sitting in
and
first.
C, that beautiful hen from South Australia.
Yeah, so G is the Holmes family.
Yeah,
and
another
C
one of those cinnamons.
Is Mick and Debbie Gearing. So,
Geez, he'd be pretty nervous right now, wouldn't he, Gearing, I reckon?
Yeah, oh, well.
He's sitting right there. It's a pretty smart bird. You know, it's Standing cleanly off the perch there.
Well,
Got some body strength.
it's certainly one of the ones that I thought, and here we go.
Here we go. They're swapping it
Okay,
around.
now,
So there you go.
the question is asked, what's happened? And I'll
Talk
tell
to
you
me,
exactly
Stephen.
what's happened.
Tell me.
Right, there's not that break in the silhouette shape with the cinnamon. So it's the wings that have caused the Spangle to be relegated to second. Instead of that beautiful sweeping line all the way through to the tail, on the Spangle we see that break with the wings.
So the wings were sitting on its rump, on the cushion there, and there's no
it's
real
not.
gap.
Oh, the cinnamon is.
Yes, the
whereas
cinnamon.
the Spangle's not. The Spangle
the
is
Spangle,
just,
you had a gap there.
That's right.
Yeah.
So
They're only little points, but, you know, at the highest level, that's the difference between
Best hen in
winning
Australia,
and
Stephen.
coming second.
That's what we're after here.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, and I think that makes a difference when you get to that point.
That's exactly right.
So Cage L is in third place at the moment.
I think
It's-
you mentioned earlier you saw a Cobalt down the bottom.
Yeah.
Well, it's moved significantly higher.
It has. It's sitting about third or fourth, I think, isn't it?
So L is owned
Now,
by Shirley
have a
Reardon.
look when you sit back. Well, the Spangle, the wings are actually sitting pretty good at the minute.
Yeah, working
The bird's
bird a little
relaxed.
bit, yeah.
It's not standing up showing, it's just relaxed, and so the wings
C does fill that cage, guys.
Yeah, it's a beautiful
It's a
hen.
strong budgie, clean off the perch.
Yeah. I still haven't seen a bird that had a lot of interest for me, which was the grey-green that had the funny colours here. I haven't seen that.
Do you know which cage that would have? It probably would be nice for us to actually have a bit of a look at that bird, if we can get our camera over to it.
I've got a funny idea. It's Cage S.
Cage S, you reckon? I wonder if they could zone
And
in
I think
for it.
that'd
Here
be...
we go.
There's that Cobalt that you spoke about.
Gee, I do quite like that cobalt.
So they're topping and tailing them now.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think condition might
There,
have that
here we go.
cobalt, Stephen.
S.
Here we go, S.
Who owns S? The Holmes family.
Yeah. I don't know.
Stephen, that's not looking its best. I've seen it look a little bit better than that.
I don't know if the cameraman can zone in very quickly to the face, the beak. No, you might have to move out the way. Okay, see how blue it is?
But Stephen, even though it's blue, that clearly is a hen, and I think that white around its nostrils, that ring around its nostrils, is a really clear indicator of that.
Sure. But I think a lot of people would look at it and say, oh, that's a cockbird.
Yeah.
Anyway, I saw it this morning and it looked $1 million. It doesn't look half the budget
No, it doesn't.
at the moment. No, so the judges obviously haven't worked that yet. So while we're just adjusting things, I'd just like to mention some sponsors for the rosettes. In the white caps, we have Capricorn Budgerigar Society. For the hens, we have the Budgerigar Society of South Australia. And just another mention to our major sponsors, we have Trill, Cruise Advisors, Worrell & Co. Accountants, so they're obviously keeping us honest. NCA Custom Cages, Hentley Farms, Beautiful Wines, Media Stable, and the Mantra Gladstone. So all those people...
Media Stable.
Yeah.
Is that Nick?
That's Nick, yeah.
He
Nick
does.
Hayes.
He does such an amazing job for us, doesn't he? And
Yeah.
pushing our hobby across, across Australia and in some cases across the globe.
Yeah, he does power work and promotion of the hobby.
Never before, without his connection, have we had TV, radio, print coverage that we have now.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
We are very, very lucky. So what do we got here at the moment?
Well, we're top and tailing, I think, in the Crest here, and okay, so we've done the same thing with the hens. So
That's a
look,
very nice hen, isn't it?
beautiful breeding hen,
Geez.
isn't it?
Oh,
So she's in
that.
first place on the second row. 11th,
11th.
currently 11th.
I'd like that 11th place bird.
Come to my house.
I would take that 11th place bird in a heartbeat.
Right.
Stephen, I think we've got a special guest with us.
There you go.
James Bader, nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Hello. Tiana, talk to us about your budgie.
I'm lost for words.
Are you? I think that's what happens the first time you win or any time you win.
Yes. No, that's exactly right. Exactly.
Is that the crest that we're talking about?
I'm not sure.
So which bird do you own? Which bird do you own? Which bird do you own?
I own the white cap crest.
Yeah, that one there, N.
Yes.
Very
yeah.
No, yes. N.
I had the privilege of having a look before the show started, and I thought it was a standout in the class.
Oh, thank you so much.
And I'm not sure that there's another bird there that can beat it. It's a standout.
It's been a lot of hard work.
Oh, I bet it is.
Yes, yes.
So how did you breed that bird? What did you use?
I used one of our birds.
Tiana, tell us a little bit about it. What did you do? How did you get... It's here today. How did it get here today? What did you do? What did you put together? What were the varieties? You don't know.
That's okay.
You're under the pump. You're stressing.
Right.
Stop stressing.
I tell you what stands out about that bird, not only the budgie itself, but this beautiful circular crest.
Yes.
It is central.
One of the hardest things.
It
One of the hardest
radiates
things
from
in the
very
breed.
centre of the top of the head.
Yep.
And you've done a great, amazing job with that.
Thank
How
you
long
so
have you
much.
been breeding crests for?
It's coming around in about 4 years. I've actually only been breeding for 6 years.
Great effort.
That's amazing.
Well done.
Yes. 6 years ago, a budgie was a budgie.
Yep.
They were just different colours.
Yeah.
And then I got up with my partner, and I fell in love with the crests. And about 4 or 5 years ago, I started playing
Great
around
effort.
with them.
So how many crests and crest breeds are you flying right now? I would love to know that.
In the cabinets at the moment, we have probably got about 12 pair down.
12 pair?
Yeah.
And how many in the aviaries flying? How many crest breeds are you holding on to?
Oh, I can't say that because, my partner will kill me.
So you're only allowed to have so many birds at home?
Yes. I do the crest, he does the fallows. So.
Geez, that's punishment. So
I know.
Do you carry a lot of good normals to put into your crest?
The funny part about it is there's a lot of the times they say, you just to do the crest. But to get a good crest, to get a good fallow, you need a good normal.
Yep.
And it's very, very important.
Absolutely. So you're breeding some good normals as well?
We're trying to.
Yeah, no, I get the trying to part. I've done that my whole life.
Trying to. Yes, definitely.
Well done.
Yeah.
That is a really good example. I mean, Stephen gave this bird a massive rap at the start. It is clean. And like you spoke about the line, Stephen, when we talk about a full circular crest. And the detail that goes... It's nearly art.
I would say a lot of luck as well. A lot of luck.
There's a huge amount of luck.
There
in our
is a
hobby.
huge amount of luck. He was spectacular in the nest. He had siblings, and they just And we've done 2 other rounds, and just nothing compared
Well
to
done.
what he's done.
I was looking at your ID badge and I wanted to see what state, and your carers have done a really good job because it's not easy.
I know.
Sometimes to prepare a crest.
Yes.
'Cause if something goes wrong, it really goes wrong, especially in the cat.
Yes, that's exactly right. And 3 days before he actually went to zone, he had blood all in his cap.
Yep.
And we had to try to get it out. The other birds seemed to pick on the crests.
Oh, come on. So now your birds are getting picked on. No, I get it.
But the carriers have done an amazing job. Which one of them was my partner, so he done an amazing job.
All right, okay.
Well, congratulations.
Well
I
done.
know they haven't finished yet, but I would be particularly surprised if it moved from its position.
It's in excellent condition. It's showing well.
Today's its day, and you've done a great job to get it here.
Thank you.
Surely we can get a bit of a closer shot of this. I reckon we can finish with that before you have to leave us.
N.
It's doing all the right things at the right
He
time.
He is.
And they haven't finished yet. The
No,
bottom row's
true.
still got to
That
go
is
up.
very, very true.
But anything can happen at the last moment.
But-
Stephen is confident though.
Yeah. I did say, well, last year my partner won with the fellows last year, and he asked me to marry him. And I said to him, "Radio, if I win with my Crest this year, now you have to marry me."
Oh,
and he's
really?
about to kill me.
Does he actually know this?
Yeah, he does now.
Now I know why you're so emotional.
So now you're really nervous for all the right reasons. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, he's probably done a runner now. So
He's done a runner? He's done a bolter on you? I very, very much doubt that.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, we're going back. I actually think you have to stay. They're putting him back.
Yeah.
They're putting the top row back to the top. You going to stay with us, or are you going to go out there and watch it live?
I might go out.
I think you need to be with your partner.
Thank you very much.
Okay,
thank you, guys.
What a great story.
It is.
Thank you so much.
I hope you have a great wedding.
And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're back here, and hello. So there's a little bit of a change. Looks to be that they're going to move the birds around just a little bit. Hello, here's the man that's under the pump.
Very much.
Dale. I hear you might be getting married, Dale.
Yeah, apparently.
So you just found that out like we did?
Yeah.
All right.
Well, last year when I won the fallow, I proposed to her after that, and she said, "Well, if I win a national next year, then you're just going to have to marry me."
Okay.
What a
So
story.
it looks like it's happening. And I just had one of my daughters in Newcastle call me. She's just had a second grandchild. So.
Oh, what a day.
I said, I'll have to ring you back in a minute.
Oh, good on you. Surely you didn't say that.
Well, I couldn't hear her.
Okay,
she was,
fair enough.
yeah.
I think one of the great things about budgerigars are the human stories that we get involved in.
100%, Steve.
You know, it's a great day, it's a great weekend, and we see great budgies, and this is a classic example. So congratulations.
Absolutely.
I know they haven't placed them yet.
No.
But
still a long way to go.
We'll just
and
see.
anything can happen, and we've seen that already today.
We have, yes.
But that is nationals.
Yes, that's it.
But geez, fellows and Crests.
Yes.
What were you thinking when you made that decision?
I know that. It's a hard one, but she likes the Crest, and
no credit to you.
She's done well. She got 4th and 5th last year.
Yep.
So
great effort.
she did real well.
This is a really good example of the Crest as well. I mean, Stephen gave us a really good rundown earlier on the value and the importance of that Crest, and this really does display that so well, doesn't it?
Yeah. No, he's a really nice bird. Has everything going for him, and he's only 6 months old too. So he missed out on the next year's rings by a couple of days. So.
Well, he's doing all right at the moment.
He's doing well. He's holding his own.
And I understand the nerves that go with it.
Yes.
Top effort. You know, it'd be nice to get 2 years in a row. So not get 2 back to back. So that's really cool.
Yes. No.
We've gone back to the hens at the moment, so they're bringing the top row back up to the top row. Nothing's changed at this point in time. The birds still remain in the same position.
They're looking at...
I am loving that cinnamon hen.
Yeah, she's beautiful. So anyway, Dale?
Mitch has just moved up into 2nd spot.
Dale's all over this.
They just moved the second bird way down the end.
That's okay. We'll keep on watching.
Right.
That hen where is that roughly sitting at the moment? Is that sitting 3rd or 4th?
I think it's 3rd.
Geez, it's a very, very smart bird, isn't it?
Very nice bird. I did see that out in the holding cages.
Yep.
And I was saying to Mitch, I like that bird. That's very strong.
Yeah, it's looking pretty smart. Definitely got some very, very nice features. Who owns Stephen?
In the hens belongs to M&S Evans from North Queensland.
Good on them. Very, very good. Lovely. But C looking really smart. And
I think that's going to be hard to toss.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to
like in the Crest.
Yes.
So anyway.
All right.
All
Thank
the
you
best.
very much.
Thank you.
A couple of minutes left.
I know
Good
they
luck,
haven't
mate.
marked the cages, but if they do, have a great wedding.
Congratulations.
Thank
you
you.
just found out about it, but you'll be right.
She's beautiful, isn't she?
Oh, yeah.
And a hen.
Absolutely,
you know.
Stephen. Really important.
You look at her and you say, well, you're going to breed me something special in the breeding cabinet.
I'm not going to spend...
opposed to a hen you look at and you go, well, I'll be happy if you lay an egg.
Yep. You're not going to spend a year, 2 years and not get a chick or an egg out of
That's
this
right.
bird. So you're
Yeah.
pretty confident you're going to get something. Gee, she's got such good body shape too, hasn't she? You know, and she's a really solid head, good feather texture.
Yeah.
So who's the owner of C? Is that
Gearings?
Mick and Debbie Gearing? Great.
Yeah, from Western Australia. And then you've got G, which is the Holmes family from South Australia, the cinnamon hen.
Really nice hen. It's just not getting off that perch, giving me that.
No.
Just
And
pulling
it's
back a bit,
The
isn't it?
break in the shape.
Yeah.
It's the thing that stands out.
That bit of a squat, too much behind the perch. I reckon the Crests. I think we've got a decision.
Oh, they've marked
I think
them.
we've got a decision.
Here comes a
Heath.
wedding.
Yeah, I think we've got a decision here, mate.
And likewise with the cinnamons, they're marking the cages there.
Oh, they really? Okay.
Yeah.
The hens.
So can you believe
Yeah, the
it?
hens,
They actually
sorry.
finish in at exactly the same time.
That's unreal, isn't it?
Yeah, last class.
Well, that's the kind of finish we want too, isn't it?
Okay, so congratulations. Where are we?
So we'll go through the Crests first, Stephen.
Yeah. So in first place we have N, which is Kivas and Hoskins.
Yep. Who we just interviewed and spoke
Yeah, we
with.
spoke to both partners in that. In second,
Husband and wife to be soon,
That's
Stephen.
right. In second place we have S, which is the Bowl family from South Queensland. R is third. That is S&D Wakely from Tasmania. H, N Kerr from Western Australia. Q is in fifth place, and that belongs to Mark Wilson from New South Wales. Sixth is O. O belongs to Craig Gearing from New South Wales, so different Gearing to the Western Australian crew.
yeah.
Seventh is I, Shaw family from South Queensland. K is eighth, and that belongs to Ali Humadi from Victoria.
Decent sized bird.
C is ninth. Ninth's a pretty coloured one.
Isn't it?
Okay, and that belongs to the Holmes family.
The results
Beautiful.
of Class 27, Crest. N, Cage N is first. Cage S is second. Cage R is third. Cage H is fourth. Cage Q is fifth. Cage O is sixth. Cage I is seventh. Cage K is eighth. Cage C is ninth. Cage F is 10th. Cage M is 11th. Cage A is 12th. Cage L is 13th. Cage J is 14th. Cage D is 15th. Cage U is 16th. Cage E is 17th. Cage T is 18th. And Cage G is DQ'd tail. I'll pass you over to Lynn to comment on this class.
Well, this was
down there
a bit of a mixed bag. We had some lovely birds at the top. You know, the first birds
Oh,
at the
is it?
top. The white cap is just a really lovely
it's coming.
full circle. positioned correctly, and the bird is a lovely variety as well. So that's a worthy winner of this class. And then we had nice cobalt, another nice full circle, not quite as big as the first bird, but in good condition, a good feather. When he sits nicely. And the cinnamon, another nice full circle, not quite as big, and he has played up a bit, but he is better than what's behind him. And we gave a fourth spot to the tuft, because a lot of these other full circles are all over the place. And a very nice bird at the bottom has been plucked, and it would have come better up higher, and that's in cage U. But it looks like it's been plucked in the centre. And a lot of these other birds here, it's a little bit hard to distinguish what they are, if they're tufts or full circles. They're just very messy. But I'm sure they'll come along quite nicely. So then we just come down the line, and some nice full circles, but just not up to the standard of those two first, the birds that came first and second. And they are just as cute as buttons. So we just love this full circle. Good luck and well done for persevering with this lovely variety.
Okay, well, congratulations. And as a direct result, we have a wedding happening in the Budgie fraternity this year or later this year. So we're now going to the hens class, and they've been marked. So we have
the results of class 28, the hens. Cage C is first. Cage G is second. Cage L is third. Cage I is fourth. Cage D is fifth. Cage B is sixth. Cage Q is seventh. Cage A is eighth. Cage M is ninth. Cage F is 10th. Cage E is 11th. Cage H is 12th. Cage O is 13th. Cage J is 14th. Cage P is 15th. Cage S is 16th. Cage K is 17th. Cage N is 18th. Cage T is 19th. Cage U is 20th. And Cage R is 21st. I'll hand you over to Cedric to comment on the hens class.
Thank you very much. Right, the hens class. We had many different varieties, many different colours, and the style of birds changed quite a few times. There's different style of birds. Cage 1, 2 and 3 were very close. As you probably saw, the second bird was in first place for a fair while. The bird, the cinnamon, was in excellent condition. It had a clean top and very nice show bird, and it was a very narrow winner over the second bird. The Spangle in second has lovely feathering, an excellent top, and it was very unlucky to not win. The third bird is a different style again. It's another big bird with a big head and big spot, but it did have some flecking, which probably did stop her from going a bit higher. The fourth bird's a lovely big hen, a slight penalty for ticking, and it's certainly better than number 5. 5 is a very nice but stylish bird with good lateral feather and marginally in front of 6. Unfortunately, 12 decided to chew its tail, but we didn't penalise it for that. Thank you.
Okay, so here we have Keevis and Hossick.
Yeah, well, thanks for your
first
attention.
place.
We enjoyed judging this weekend. We hope we made a few people happy. Congratulations to everybody that had a bird here at the show this weekend. And let's acknowledge all those breeders that made their birds available at their state and zone selections, because without them, there wouldn't be a show. So thank you.
Just on behalf of the North Queensland Budgerigar Zone organisation, I'd like to thank the judges for officiating this weekend. So can you put your hand of appreciation for the judging. So that concludes the judging for the show. That's the 49th Annual Trill Expert ANBC National Titles. So thanks very much for attending, and I hope you enjoy the evening tonight, especially those, I know those ones, people who won the Logies will be celebrating. So congratulations to everyone, and thanks for coming. So we'll have a break, and the auction will start at 1:30. So thank you.
All right, so getting back to the crested results, Keevis and Hodgkinson.
Soon to be Mr. and Mrs.
Yeah, first, Bowl family second. Third is S&D Wakely going down in Kerrs, not a name I'm familiar with from Western Australia. Great job to come fourth. Mark Wilton from New South Wales, fifth. Craig Gearing, a different Gearing to the one we talk about a lot, is sixth. Shaw family seventh. Ali Humadi in 8th.
And in 9th, we have the Holmes family from South Australia. 10th is Paul Bayliss from New South Wales. Holmes family again in 11th. 12th is M. Walker from North Queensland. And in 13th, another bird from North Queensland from D. Wales. Holmes family in 14th from South Australia. M. Walker from North Queensland in 15th. Ali Hamadi from Victoria in 16th. And M. Howell has run 17th and 18th.
Okay, and all right, I know we haven't spoken about the hens yet, but this is the total. This is the end result, including the points allocated from the hens. So we have Victoria winning with 595, okay, which is 64 ahead of second place getter, New South Wales on 529. In third place, we have South Queensland on 447. We have South Australia in fourth on 398. North Queensland on 361. And Western Australia on 348. Tasmania rounding it out at 259. Now, I'm not sure if we have...
Stephen, I look at these results and I think to myself, every state has done something really special this weekend.
Yeah. Oh, they certainly have.
For different reasons.
Yeah. We certainly haven't got the dominant structure we've had in terms of number of Logies. The Logies have been spread out through all the states.
Absolutely.
And I think that's the good thing about this weekend.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. And every state has not only won Logies, but they've brought some really good quality birds to this event.
Right. Up on the screen now, we have the results of the hen class. So
Mick and Debbie Gearing from Western Australia.
Oh,
winners.
what a beautiful hen.
Congratulations to them, outstanding
Great
hen.
effort.
Second is the Holmes family from South Australia. So they've had a phenomenal weekend by the look of what we've seen, the results and their birds. Shirley Reardon is in third place from South Australia.
Good on Shirley. She's come back in and she's hit the bench really hard.
Great. M&S Evans from North Queensland in fourth. Gary Gazzard in fifth from New South. Peter Thurn from Victoria in sixth. Ian Hunter from Victoria in seventh. And Jeffrey Leong, also from Victoria, in eighth. P. Thompson from North Queensland in ninth. Gary and Helen Hibbard from South Queensland in 10th. D. Wales from North Queensland in 11th. And then we've got Norm Wheatley in 12th. Henry George in 13th. Andrew Johnson from Tasmania in 14th. John Spicer from New South Wales in 15th. Holmes family again in 16th place. Bob Cowburn from New South Wales is 17th, and Roy Blair in 18th and 19th. Mick and Debbie Gearing in 20th, and Brett and Danny Card from South Queensland in 21st.
Right. Geez, Heath, there is some big names in there, isn't there?
Okay, so James, will you just read out the zone scores once more?
All right, I'm going to buck the trend a little bit. I'm going to start from the bottom. Tasmania on 259, which I think is a great effort. WA, amazing, 348. I mean, really good way to finish the weekend with some great wins too, yeah? North Queensland on 361. Really tight around this area here. South Australia on 398, super impressive. South Queensland on 447. New South Wales on 529. That's a big, big number. And then Victoria at 595. So, some really big numbers.
So as Victorians, we sit with a big smile on our face. Now, I do need to mention, if you want to look at the auction live, you need to go to the YouTube channel, ANBC, and click on there to follow that. Before we close down, once again, a big thank you to our major sponsors, Trill, Cruise Advisors, Worrell & Co Accountants, NCA Custom Cages, Hentley Farms, Media Stable, and the Mantra Gladstone. Well, that basically concludes our live feed. Congratulations. Thanks for working with us, guys.
Thank you.
I think we've had a great weekend. There's still lots more to go on. We have the auction. We have the dinner presentation tonight. If you're not here, maybe next year you might come, because it's a great weekend. Lots of things happening.
It's a wonderful event. It really is. The opportunity to catch up with friends across the country, communicate with them, see some great birds. It is a wonderful weekend. Heathy, what have you got for us, mate?
Look, I'll just say well done to everybody. I think the event has probably, really stepped up in the way that's run, the professionalism, the way that we're streaming, and we can reach as many people as possible. I think it's gone leaps and bounds in the last few years as a hobby, and I see but it's still great to be here in person. It's great.
Loved it.
Okay,
Thanks,
so all those people watching on live stream, whether it's in Australia or somewhere around the world, thank you for tuning in. Look forward to seeing or hearing from you via Facebook, and we look forward to next year.
Thanks a
Bye
lot,
now.
guys. Bye-bye.
NCA Custom Cages delivers high-end enclosures built for serious bird breeders. Designed and fabricated on the Sunshine Coast, our cages are made to last with solid welds, smooth finishes and premium materials. Easy to clean and highly functional. Our cages are crafted for strength, simplicity and daily ease of use. NCA Custom Cages, for quality that speaks for itself. Contact us now.
Media changes rapidly. At Media Stable, we adapt with it. Our strong relationships with journalists, reporters and newsrooms across the country.
This could impact your chances of being approved.
Gets your message in front of their audience. Media Stable works for any verified expert who has something to say. Micro businesses, academics, small business owners and big multinational companies. We are journalists and media professionals. Our team understands the industry. Radio, television, print and digital. We help you develop your own relationships, build your profile, deliver a clear message and position yourself as the media's go-to for expert insight and analysis. When news breaks, the media come to us. Be seen on our media board, our exclusive bulletin delivered to hundreds of journalists daily. Tailored media training develops your presence. Receive invites to our exclusive Meet the Media events in your capital city. Share your knowledge, enter the conversation, insert your opinion and educate with your insights. Let the Media Stable team open media doors for you.